Hola! Welcome everybody. It is Sci-Fi Sunday, and today we're doing Kaiju Tokusatsu. And everybody probably knows this, but for most people who don't know this, scary monsters and special filming techniques. Basically, Godzilla, Super Sentai, Kamen Rider, Ultraman, everything you see on your little ticker down at the bottom of the screen on a ticker. What I'm doing today, Flash Picture Show right over here, and the silver trench coat right down here. Hey guys.
Hello.
Hey.
Trenchy, are you live?
Yeah, I'm here.
He died halfway through the street.
He's got his headphones on and he's tuned in with his special machine. He's in Monster Land with Minya.
You can track the kaiju with that.
I'll start off talking about that real briefly, just because Trenchy's got the famous quote in his name there. Boy, most people hate that film. I love that film.
It's fun.
The design of him in that movie is just ugly. It's just like they tried crossing a toddler with a kaiju. I don't know why. I don't like that. There is another version of him that's a lot better and a lot more endearing, but just this big fucking super bipedal. Like, he's not even hunched. He's just like super fucking bipedal, and just those eyes and stuff. I don't know. I'm not going to piss on it because people love him. There is a fan base out there, and I myself, I'm not a fan of the design. That's what I think.
I will say they could look a bit more like Godzilla, you know. But he's a baby. He's a baby. We got your Deacon in the flat.
I suppose if you actually, Ethel, if you come from that regard, yeah, when babies are born, they're really fucking ugly. So yeah, I suppose you could argue that.
He's got a face only his Godzilla father can love. We learned from the 1998 movie, which is not canon and not the same monster, that apparently Godzilla is asexual and reproduces with himself somehow. But that aside,
we don't talk about that movie. Fuck Matthew Broderick. Okay, that's all I want to say.
He's singing with the worms. Oh, we got Interweb Kaiju saying hello. Hello, my friend. So yeah, that's I don't know. I like that movie. A lot of people hate that movie. It is a stock footage. I mean, it is more like the stock footage is revenge. But yeah, no, I like it. I like it. I dig it. So someone's got to love it.
It's a fun movie.
Like, yeah, no. So I guess I'll get back to the primary topics. Although Godzilla is a topic of today's show, I start off with Kamen Rider. You guys are familiar with Kamen Rider?
Yeah, the kind of the basics of the show I know.
That might explain it, Deacon. That's why Godzilla isn't really around a lot for Manila. But yeah, no, Kamen Rider. For those of you that don't know, it's basically how to describe it? It's a giant grasshopper on a motorcycle. That's the most simplistic way to put it.
I like that. I like the look and the aesthetic and stuff. And it reminded me of you actually told me the name of it, Ethel, because I was trying to find Inframan. It reminded me of Inframan to a certain extent, with like again, obviously, we're going on to the Power Rangers thing, but I just like this idea, this fucking kind of like the Japanese Sentai hero is very kind of they're very tongue in cheek, but while their design and stuff is very tongue in cheek, the plots take themselves incredibly seriously. Though that's what I like.
Yeah, it's like it. You know, the cool thing about it is, like, I always thought this was kind of cool. Is the bad guys, the villains in Kamen Rider, always sort of had like this horror movie vibe to them. You know?
Yeah, kind of body horror, kind of fucking weird, creepy things. Like I think there was one guy. He was made up of eyes. I think he was just like all eyeballs. I think
The eyes have it with him, and
oh.
like it always revolves around some sort of theme for the villain, you know. So like you've got the bee woman, you've got the scorpion man, you've got the fire breathing caterpillar guy. I mean, there's always some sort of theme, and with Kamen Rider especially, everything is a insect motif. If you notice that, it's always an insect motif in like a horror genre setting,
Yeah.
which is kind of dark for a kids show.
Again, I think Japan, like, they go bombastic, but they also kind of push the boundaries of what they can let their kids watch. I think.
Well, it's like they didn't baby their children quite as much as we do here in the States, or I don't know, maybe it's sort of similar over in the UK and in Ireland and whatnot.
Pretty much.
But basically, the whole concept is it's taken from a manga called Skullman, which is basically about a child with supernatural powers trying to get revenge for his dead parents. Oh, we got someone in the back room. Let them in. We got Mark. Let me get you in here, Mark. The Mark Monsters and Madness.
Hey, all.
How goes it? We're talking Kamen Rider, Mark. Are you familiar with Kamen Rider?
Not off the top of my head.
All right. Well, basically, it follows this guy named Takeshi Hongo, and he gets kidnapped by a terrorist organization known as Shocker. And I actually wrote down what Shocker stands for because I could never remember it. It's Sacred Hegemony of Cycle Kindred Evolution Realm, which makes no sense, but
It probably makes more sense in the Japanese translation or something like that. It probably means something totally fucking different in the original Japanese.
yeah, I mean, we depend on quite heavily from translation. Some of it's just lost in translation. But basically, this group of terrorists, they kidnap people and they transform them into mutant cyborgs. And they use them, brainwash them to do their dirty deeds, and they're basically bent on world domination. And end up kidnapping Hongo, and they mutate him and transform him into a cyborg. And just before they can brainwash the poor guy, he escapes. And from that day forward, he decides to fight Chaka.
And is there an I've seen a couple episodes, is there an overarching plot where he's like trying to find a cure or trying to find a way to become human again, or is there anything like that?
For a short while, they were kind of working on him trying to get rid of the curse of being the cyborg type. We got Art in the chat. The cyborg type mutant, but it sort of gets abandoned fairly quickly. But beyond that, you end up with the first series, which I'm only going to talk about the very first series of Kamen Rider, just because It's been on for a very long time. It's got 9. How many series does it have? 9, 20, 29, 30. It's like 30 series. So
when did it originally air? When did the original one start? Ethel?
it was 1971.
Ooh. Oh, as you were saying, 50 years it's been bombing around for at this stage now.
Yeah, and it's incredibly popular. It's actually regained some popularity because it was off the air for a little while. Like it stopped in 1989, and then it sort of took the 90s off. But it came back in the 2000s, and it's been going strong ever since. In fact, it's still going on now. They're still making new episodes now.
Oh, sorry. No, after you. Sorry, bad habit. I need to get out of that.
Obviously, different characters. It's not still following Hongo or his friend, but yeah. Go ahead.
No, I'm just like that. That's pretty cool because you. That's one thing I gotta share with Japan, because the longevity of certain characters. Obviously, there's Godzilla, but then you have the likes of Astro Boy. Mark, what's the name of the assassin? Go 13 or
Go 13.
Yeah, I mean the longevity of some of their characters, and they're still going. The mangas are still being released. There's still special kind of episodes being released. Like that's one thing I kind of I'm jealous of, because like every 10 years a classic character or one of the staples of their pop culture will pop up again, and it could be really obscure as well. Like they brought back Berserk, and I like that, and I think shows like Kamen Rider and the Godzilla series and even Gamera were the kind of staples of that. They're like, yeah, we'll bring it back. There'll always be a core audience. There mightn't be a big audience, but we'll keep on bringing it back, and that's something I really am jealous and admire Japan for.
It's I think what that goes to is Japan has this long history of really respecting tradition and being focused on tradition, and I think naturally that just carries over into film and television because it's a tradition, and they're able to keep shows like Kamen Rider going, and Super Sentai and Ultraman, because they sort of pass the torch from one generation to another. We got some in the back room. We got Art. We got Art in the back room. Let me let him in. I'll make him wait back there. Get in here, Art. Hey, Art. Oh, he's on mute. That's okay. He'll have volume later. But anyway, yeah. So I think that's basically where that longevity comes from, is they want to continue this tradition. So they'll have Kamen Rider for a few years, then they pass the torch to somebody else who can be Kamen Rider. And it's almost like, when I was looking through it, it's almost like every year they decide they got to start over, but with the same sort of concept. Hope we lost Trent.
They're dropping like flies. Mark, don't go. Bastards.
Let the bunny
They've been They're going to come back. They'll be cyborg mutants. It'll be great.
The one show that I always remember growing up was Ultraman. Yeah, I love that show. I watched all the Godzilla movies, but Ultraman was syndicated for television, and I was like, wait, what? There's a man who turns into a robot? How did I not know this?
Well, it's great.
He would... Go ahead.
Oh, no, go ahead. I thought you were pausing for being done. Keep going.
No, I was just saying that he would fight monsters that you would expect to find in the Godzilla universe. I was like, wait, what? He's fighting monsters 3 times his size? I love this show.
it's cool because it got syndicated like that. I think it was syndicated through TBS, and because they have a presence over in Japan, they were involved quite a bit in Ultraman. But one of the things I remember about Ultraman is the first time I saw it, I thought maybe like because I wasn't aware of it, I was real young when I saw it on TV. I thought, oh, what are they showing Godzilla on TV? Oh, I haven't seen this one. And I watched for a little while, and I'm like, oh no, this is something different. But there's a reason why it keeps alive.
I always actually used to confuse Jet Jagger for Ultraman. Had the two ever fought each other? It was like, that'd be a fairly cheap show. It'd be good, but it'd be fairly cheap. Just two lads in fucking Sentai suits boxing the heads off each other.
Unfortunately, until recently, Jet Jaguar really only had that one film.
Yeah, when I was with Mark when I first saw Jet Jaguar, I was like, Ultraman in a Godzilla movie?
Yeah, like did he inspire Ultraman, Ethel? Or did Ultraman inspire Jet Jagger? Or did completely, I know they're obviously two different entities, but did one kind of influence the other or vice versa?
The design of Jet Jaguar is heavily inspired by Ultraman. Ultraman came about in 1965, and Jet Jaguar was 1970. 70, I can tell you right now, right off the top of my head, not off the top of my head, but right off the back of the DVD, 1973 with Jet Jaguar. And it's funny, about Jet Jaguar, he was actually not even supposed to look like he looks in the movie. There was a contest. Toho held a contest with children, and the idea was you design a monster, and whoever's monster the studio liked best would win and be in the next Godzilla movie. So one of these children designed a monster and sent it in, and the character was originally named Red Aron. And it was this great big dinosaur-looking thing, and it had wings, and it was red. And the studio didn't really like that, and they ended up redesigning it completely to be more like Ultraman. And there's footage somewhere if you look for it. I couldn't find it, but they had a show where they brought this kid on, and they revealed Jet Jaguar to the kid, you know. And the kid was really upset because they unveiled this monster, and it looked nothing like no wings, friggin' robot.
They should have contacted the kid a couple years later. Oh, we made a new version of him. We call him Destroyer. Just they could have passed off Destroyer as this fucking thing. Oh, that would have sucked though. And yeah, the kid probably bawling his eyes out on national TV or some shit like that. That'll be.
He's noticeably upset. But I guess they did what they had to do at the time. Ultraman was still very big, and you got to do what you got to do.
Welcome to Hollywood, kid.
On to Ultraman. Sorry, Trent, what were you saying?
No, I just said welcome to Hollywood, kid.
It's like, hey, we liked your idea. We focus grouped a little bit, and we're going to go a different way.
Focus groups and competitions like that are very tenuous because they had the same thing in Doctor Who, and they had to tweak the creature a bit because they had some kid make up his own monster. I think the thing looked like a dick. The kid ended up just drawing this giant dick without realizing it. Like, oh, okay. And they kept some small elements, but they changed the shape and stuff. So it's like, yeah, you got to be careful when you do stuff like that.
Fans of... Oh, Midnight Raven. Fans of Critters
Anyway.
might recognize that monster. It made its way over to the first Critters movie. It's that alien in the wheelchair at the beginning of Critters. Looks like a big dick.
Oh,
My God.
It's the Emperor head. Do you guys recall that at all, or am I alone on that?
he was the one. Was he
Yeah,
the
I
one who
remember
hired the
that.
bounty?
I watched it about a week ago.
Was Ethel? Was he the one who hired the bounty hunters to go after the critters? Yeah. He's in the hover chair. He's kind of like a blobby looking fucker.
Yeah, and his head looks just like a penis. It's uncanny. I remember watching that as a kid. I'm like, okay.
I gotta
Maybe it
rewatch
was a
Critters.
mistake. What's your name again? Phalactron. Okay, maybe it wasn't a mistake.
Penis Man.
It's like, yes, Emperor Phallus. Who have you hired?
That
Hey
guy's a
Dan,
real
hey
dickhead.
John.
Oh, we got John Steele. Hey, John. Hey, Filthy Dan. But yeah, so circling back to now that we've got the penis talk out of our system a little bit,
Wee.
circling wee, right? Yeah, back to Kamen Rider shortly. Yeah, it's amazing what it is, you know. It sort of splits that hair between Super Sentai and like a biker idea, biker thing. Which initially, if you watch the first series, you end up with two Kamen Riders, and you get Kamen Rider, and then you get Kamen Rider 2. That's the number 2, not like TOO is like as well, but. The whole reason you actually ended up with two Kamen Riders in the first series is the fella who plays Kamen Rider and the fella who plays Hongo actually was the same guy. He was the stuntman and the actor. And while filming episode 10, he got thrown from that fancy Kamen Rider cycle and he broke both his legs.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, he ate it hard, so they had to write him out for a little while. And they brought in this other guy and basically had him be a Kamen Rider number 2. Then they brought Hongo back, and then you've got two Kamen Riders. So it's kind of a neat little Kamen Rider trivia I wanted to slip in there.
Was one like the Kamen Rider 2? Was he like the evil Kamen Rider? Or were they friends? Or was it some twist? It was his lost brother?
No, they were both friends. It was just another fella that happened to get kidnapped by Shocker. And I guess what they were trying to do was recreate Kamen Rider because that was one of their most powerful creations. So, of course, they want to do it again so that they can get rid of Kamen Rider number 1. And the same thing happens. The brainwashing didn't happen, but the mutation and the cyborg implants happened. And off he goes with the superpowers.
What are the chances?
So Dr. Death really screwed up on that one. That's the fellow with the cape who sort of looked like Dracula, if you don't recall. Which I don't know. That's one of my favorites. My favorite villain from that show, I'd have to say, is Ambassador Hell. He sort of has like this Egyptian motif going. He's a rattlesnake kind of character. That's like his monster form.
Do you think not only obviously it went on to influence Power Rangers, but do you think I need to double check the likes of Guyver, it influenced the likes of Guyver. Oh, sweet, nice one, Raven.
Nice. Sorry, I didn't know you were live, or I would have stopped by for sure.
You're welcome.
And of course, we got John Steele out there. Translord Z was my shit. Hey, John, if you
how
want,
many iterations of Kamen Rider was there?
There were 9 series in the Showa era, and then there were 20 series in the Heisei era. And currently, we're in the Reiwa era, and there are actually 2 series. One of them is still going. There are also. Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry. No, you go. You go.
I was just gonna say it also spawned 10 video games and 7 movies.
And like, if someone was, for example, if someone asked me which Godzilla, like Heisei era or stuff like, where would you tell them to start, or what Kamen Rider would you tell them to watch or check out if they wanted to get into it, or would you say go from the very beginning?
I'd say start right from the beginning. The first few episodes of Kamen Rider are a great introduction to the whole concept and series, and there's sort of a cheesiness that I don't know. Maybe it might be lost on a lot of younger people. I don't know. Quickly losing touch with the kids these days. But there's a certain cheesiness amongst the dour tones that it's really pleasant. I like it. I like it quite a lot. And that I think that helps. That helps when you're watching it, because if they didn't have that, it'd get bogged down. What I mean by cheesiness is like a lot of monsters tend to do this trope where they repeat their own name, or there's a word they say a lot. Like the shocker combatants. Those are the guys that are dressed all in black, and sometimes they've got like little skeleton rib cages on their torso. They constantly go ee, which I find funny. That makes me laugh.
Obviously, a lot of these tropes were pulled over into the likes of Power Rangers and stuff with the footies, or like the other kind of bad guys. You'd have like 8 or 9 guys just making some random fucking noise, and you're like, the fuck?
It's I don't know. It's like a thing over there. They have characters like if Sailor Moon had that situation a lot of times with their monster of the week. They'd have one. I remember there was one monster that kept going Gigi constantly, and it's like, Jesus Christ, can you stop? You're killing me here. Trying to watch this, but I don't know. It's charming. It has its appeal sometimes.
But like if again with do you think that it was a good thing or a bad thing that shows like Power Rangers or VR Troopers or Beetleborgs like pilfered from that to bring it over to the West? Would you say it introduced a lot of kids to kind of Super Sentai stuff and to the likes of Kamen Rider and stuff like that?
I think it is. I think ultimately it is a good thing. Like initially, I remember when Power Rangers first was on television, and at that time, nobody in America knew what Super Sentai was yet, because we didn't really have access to the internet, readily. There wasn't a whole lot of information out there, so you sort of see this and you could tell there was something different about it. But, Midnight Raven's never seen Power Rangers. That's interesting. I would definitely recommend checking out Super Sentai. You don't have to see one without seeing the other, but if I had my choice, I would watch that hands down every time over Power Rangers. John Steele's asked about Daimajin.
Again, I'm in the dark here, so you'll have to explain to us us plebs what the heck this is.
Hey John, if you want to come on, I could post the thing in the chat. You could hop right on if you'd like. I still got plenty of space.
The final frontier.
The final frontier.
Yeah.
I'm not.
Trenchy, I love that sound you made. You sounded like a sexy cat going up a fucking mail tube. Just one of those mail. Wow.
I don't know about that.
I love that. Someone posted the cat up to HR. Put the Persian cat in a fucking tube, a mailing tube. Sorry.
Friggin' pneumatic cat right up the tube. Sitting in a bank. Sweet. So we'll have John maybe 10, 15 minutes. I'll post the link in about 10 minutes so that you can hop on. So we can go somewhere, you come back, it'll be there. So yeah, that's kind of cool. Kamen Rider, big fan. I'm often guilty of singing the theme song while I'm riding around on my scooter. I'm not gonna lie, kind of fun.
Would you ever dress up as Kamen Rider for Halloween? Just pretend your scooter's like around fighting random fucking thugs.
Oh my god, that'd be hilarious, wouldn't it? I have to get some big fake looking rockets to strap to the back.
Some sparklers, some Roman candles. Ah!
On the slowest scooter ever. Actually, we were talking about Super Sentai and Power Rangers there briefly. Kamen Rider did get an American adaptation for television.
Really?
It didn't. Yeah, back in 1995, we had Masked Rider, which was scenes from Kamen Rider Black. They were actually redone and added in, and the story was retooled. And to kind of bring that in, we had that, and then we had Kamen Rider Dragon Knight back in 2008.
Was that Saban? Was Saban involved in that one? Ah, of course.
Yeah. He basically would go over to Japan, and it's all started with Super Sentai. He'd see something he loved, and he'd make a deal with them, and he'd bring that footage on back here, and he'd remake it for children in America. Tone down the violence a bit, add in some silly American characters, sort of make it look like the Saved by the Bell cafeteria.
Vulcan Skull.
Which, hey, Trent, you big fan of Power Rangers back in the day, or?
Oh yeah, man. I was up in the Power Ranger shit.
OG Mighty Morphin, or when did you come in?
I remember Jungle. I think it was like Jungle Fury. I did see some of Mighty Morphin. I've seen some of Mystic Force. I've seen some of Dino Thunder. I've gotten a little bit of everything.
The popularity nearly hobbled the show, and Saban basically they were churning out so many episodes. They actually went through, I think, the first year and a half. They depleted all the Sentai footage they had acquired and had to shoot their own fucking Sentai footage. For it was so popular, they were churning it out so much.
It seemed like every season had a new alteration. Like you had Mighty Morphin, then you had, like I said, Dino Thunder, Mystic Force, Jungle Fury.
The reason
it went.
go for it, Mark.
It went Mighty Morphin, and then after that it was Time Force.
Oh yeah, Time Force.
And then after that it was Dino Thunder. Then after that it was SPD.
Well, which one was Jungle Force or Jungle Strike or fucking?
That's the one
Jungle
where
Fury.
the guy on the fucking pizza joint, and the Rangers were all worked for him.
I know The chick from Cabin in the Woods, Anna Hutchinson. She was the Yellow Ranger in one of them. I want to say Jungle Fury. She was the Yellow Ranger.
Fucking Mark, maybe you might know who was the redheaded chick that didn't die in cabin fever. Kiera Vincent.
Sarah Vincent. Serena Vincent.
She was the kind of Tarzan chick that was in I think it was Mystic Force.
Yeah.
Maybe
Oh, shit.
No, that was Wild Force.
Thank you. Sorry. Yeah, Lost Galaxies. Lost Galaxies.
Okay. So we have two cabin horror movie women that were in Power Rangers. That's kind of dope.
Yeah.
Now, Trench, to your earlier observation, I just want to get to that before we get too far away from it. The reason it changed drastically from season to season or mid-season, as it did with Mighty Morphin halfway through season 3, is because every year they would completely change the show for Super Sentai back in Japan. Like 1 year, it might be Jetman. And then the next year, it would be like Zoo Rangers, which completely different cast, completely different theme, story, everything. The only thing that stays is it's a team of 5 or so people.
That's dope.
Which I'll get into that a little bit when we start talking a little bit more about it. But before we get on to that, I pretty much summed up everything about Kamen Rider, except I do want to note, because I found it kind of interesting, and you could sort of see it if you look at it. In Dragon Ball Z, they actually have a reference to Kamen Rider in the later season when Gohan has to disguise himself as the Great Saiyaman. If you look at his wardrobe, he looks a lot like Kamen Rider. He's got the helmet with the antennas. He's got green on. He's got a red cape, which is supposed to represent that little red sash bow tie thing that Kamen Rider likes to wear, which is sort of a fun nod. And there was also a brief reference to Kamen Rider in Dragon Ball Super, where they had the tournament and they had all the different universes. And one of the characters from Universe 3 is actually a cyborg. And if you look at his belt, it looks not the same, but it's very similar in shape to Kamen Rider's belt, which is the source of Kamen Rider's transformation, is his belt.
Ethel, another bit of a tidbit for you as well. If anyone is fans of One Punch Man, there is a joke character in it called Moomin Rider, who is a bicycle courier.
I love it.
And he gets his goal kicked frequently, but it's obvious a nice, because One Punch Man references like things like Dragon Ball and Attack on Titan, and lots of it lampoons a lot of Japanese pop culture. But Moomin Rider, he's just a courier who wants to be a superhero and gets his arse kicked the whole time. I think I'm nearly 100% sure that's a piss take of Kamen Rider.
That's totally. I haven't seen One Punch Man, but just from how you described it, that's exactly what that is.
Yeah.
I see what they did there.
That show's the shit, man. That show's fun.
The thing is, Moomin Rider's really nice. He just usually goes around getting cats out of trees and like delivering newspapers to old ladies and like, you know, fucking watering flowers and stuff and helping babies. He's a nice guy, but he should have been a hero.
Which I'm going to interject real quick, just because we've got 6 people watching. So I just want to say, to you folks watching, if you have not seen Super Sentai or Kamen Rider or Ultraman, if you go to the Shout TV website, the Shout Factory website, or if you go to the Google store, you can actually download the Shout app, or you can watch on their website itself episodes of Kamen Rider. episodes of Ultraman and episodes of Super Sentai, including all the ones that are mentioned in the ticker down below, which I highly recommend and we'll be talking about after we get done talking about Ultraman. So it's a fun little plug I have to put out there, because if you haven't seen it, there's a way to see it for free. And, you know, why not? Why not? It's free and it's good. And we're just going to pop Art in the stream because he's out back. There he is. But yeah, so I'm gonna move on because I think we've covered everything I thought I want to get to about Kamen Rider fairly quickly. I skipped over a few things, but it's most specific stuff, which you don't really need to talk about. But we'll talk. Oh. Best Kamen Rider to jump into. I would honestly start at the very beginning. I would start with the very first series in the Showa era, which you can find on that Shout TV or Shout Factory website /app. It pretty much sets up the premise very well. It gets you interested in who the characters are. And it's dark. It's a very dark show to begin with. It feels like something you should be watching in October around Halloween time, and that's kind of one of the reasons I've always liked it. It's a very Halloween-y feeling show. But yeah, that's essentially Kamen Rider. Mark, you were talking about Ultraman before. I just want to add: do you have any favorite Ultraman moments or characters you want to mention?
Not any favorite characters. Just seeing the first transformation of the main guy who was playing Ultraman way back then. You know, and how he could always make himself grow to, you know, like to the size of whatever he was fighting. Fantastic. Just, I mean, I ate it up.
It's you mentioned before the similarities between Godzilla and Ultraman. The reason there are so many similarities is the guy who did the special effects and the production for that is E.G. Tsuburaya. Who, if that name sounds familiar, it ought to. He was Toho's right-hand man when it came to Godzilla. He did most, if not all. Like, I actually wrote down what he did. It took up quite a lot of space. I might find that if I was organized.
I'd say up to 80% of the Rogues Gallery, Godzilla's Rogues Gallery, is Tsuburaya, right?
Yeah. In fact, I'm not gonna mention everything, but I'm just gonna do some highlights. He's best known for his Godzilla-based work in the first Godzilla movie. He also did The H-Man, The Mysterians, Godzilla Raids Again, Rodan, Varan the Unbelievable, Mothra, King Kong versus Godzilla. He did the special effects for Matango, Mothra versus Godzilla, Gamera the Space Monster, Age of the Three-Headed Monster, Frankenstein Conquers the World, War of the Gargantuans, Ibera Horror of the Deep, King Kong Escapes, Son of Godzilla, Destroy All Monsters Attack, Trenchy's favorite right there, just to name a few. So quite a long list. If I wanted to do his whole bio, I could probably fill up half this notebook.
8 hours later.
8 hours later into the Ultraman thing, we have finally finished talking about E.G. Tsuburaya. But he's basically, I always considered him one of the founders of this entire genre, given his work.
Yeah, it's like how people talk about like Batman, like, oh, Bob Kane is the reason Batman's so good. No, Bill Finger is the reason Batman is so fucking good. Man, since Bill Finger put forth, like he created the Joker, He created the Batmobile. He created Alfred. It's the same kind of thing. Tsuburaya is essentially the spinal column of Toho, if you ask me.
Mhm.
Yeah, we wouldn't have Godzilla movies, Ultraman, or any of the non-Godzilla kaiju films I mentioned in that list, if not for Eiji Tsuburaya. And one of the reasons a lot of the monsters and some of even the sets look so familiar in Ultraman is because they actually were the same costumes and sets, just gussied up a little bit for Ultraman. In fact, there's even a episode or two where the Godzilla costume from, I want to say from Ibera Horror of the Deep, was actually changed to be in that episode because they needed a costume, a monster for Ultraman to fight. This monster is Jugra. They ended up putting a frill around his neck and sort of painting it a little bit different. And there's a couple other monsters they did that with. I had it written down, but I can't find it at the last second. But oh yeah, here we go. Oh, sorry, what?
No, I was going to ask, was it one of them? One of the big ones was repurposed. I don't know if it was Baragon or fuck. Oh, it'll come back to me. Sorry, Ethel.
Yeah, no, they used Manda. Manda was reused as the monster Kaiju, and the head for Manda was reused for the front of a Viking ship. The giant octopus from Frankenstein Conquers the World ended up making an appearance in an episode, and King Kong and Baragon, both those costumes were reused and repurposed in an Ultraman episode. So that's kind of fun. Hey, Art.
Hey.
Art, are you familiar with Kamen Rider or Ultraman at all? Or
No,
no?
not at all.
Okay. It's if you ever consider watching that or any of this, are you familiar with the Super Sentai series at all?
No.
Dude, it's great. If you want to watch that stuff, go to shoutfactory.com or you download the Shout TV app for your handheld gizmo and gadget. You can actually watch it all for free.
Shout Factory should be giving you commission at this fucking stage.
Right?
Check out all these fantastic Shout Factory merchandise. Get the special Shout Factory Kamen Rider t-shirt.
Where's her sponsor, motherfuckers?
Give this lady a job, Shout Factory. Give this lady a job in the Super Sentai department.
Where's her sponsor?
Yeah, should this be a sponsored video at this point?
Just send him an invoice. Just send him, here, I'll take this. Who the fuck are you?
Hey, John.
But I honestly, I mentioned it because that's the best place to get it for free. You know, I mean, hardly any commercials. Why wouldn't you? It's free. Why wouldn't you? But anyway, Ultraman, basically, Eiji Tsuburaya's Playhouse. He just reuses sets and costumes most of the time. It saves a lot of money. In fact, at the time, not Ultraman, but its precursor, Ultra Q, which basically did a lot of the same shenanigans of reusing props and stuff, was the most expensive production on Japanese television at the time. So it's not that they were cheap. It's just they had to save some money somewhere because they were spending quite a bit on these sets and stuff.
Right.
They were economical.
They were very, very economical, and I mean, if you've got like a whole warehouse full of props and you've already filmed them and they're just sitting up taking space in your warehouse, I guess why wouldn't you use them? You know, you gotta use them.
Are you going to watch Ethel? I don't know if you've watched Shin Godzilla. Are you going to watch Shin Ultraman when it comes out? Because I have a feeling they're going to really play up the body horror element in Shin Ultraman. I have a feeling they will.
I do plan on watching it as soon as it comes out, and I have a way of getting my hands on it. I was a little disappointed, I will say, by some of the clips I saw from it, because they used a lot of computer-generated, techniques instead of just having a guy in a suit, and you lose a lot when you do that.
Yeah, like I don't know if they could do, like, would people have the attention span to watch like miniature versus kind of guy in suit? Like they kind of did that with Shin Godzilla, but they also they use CG in parts as well. I think I'm not saying that miniatures and force perspective doesn't have its place, but I do think younger audiences in particular, like, they're spoiled for visual effects, and I don't think like third generation millennials or Z generation would be kind of entertained, or you could pass that off with them, like, you know.
Well, I think it's like if they found a happy balance, like you don't have to do it 100% traditional, but if you find a balance between the two. If I Frozen,
Yeah.
You were
No, I'm
frozen today.
that's
Damn it,
too
Hulk
bad.
Hogan.
You look really high.
I'm not though. I haven't been for years.
I know.
There
I
we go.
know.
There. Now I'm not frozen. Now I'm just a dot. But anyway, boy, that looks unnatural. As I've been distracted by that, keep going. I think it's if they find a happy medium between using those digital effects and using the traditional suit work and miniatures. It's got its advantages. Nope, still frozen.
Excuse me.
Nice.
Jeez, guys, you're compensating for Deacon not being here.
The belching. He's here in spirit. He's here in spirit.
Literally. But his spirit left Trenchy's throat.
Here, I'm gonna come out and come back in just so I'm unfrozen. So don't go anywhere for guys folks. Hold on.
Art, did you get a haircut?
What?
Did you get a haircut?
No. I just got tucked.
Oh, it's all bunched into the hat. Gotcha. Thank God. I was going to cry. I was like, oh,
There we
no,
go. I'm back. Yeah. So the cool thing about Ultraman, I don't know if it's really a cool thing, but it's kind of an interesting fact. The actor who played Ultraman, actually was in the suit. Not the guy that played Hayata, but the guy who played Ultraman in the suit. Haruo Nakajima. Oh no, excuse me. Haruo Nakajima was the guy who choreographed all the fights. between the guy who played Ultraman in the suit, Ben Coriara. And what I was going to say is Ben would often get hurt while filming these episodes of Ultraman because the suit itself, the Ultraman suit, was a very thin fabric or vinyl kind of material. So it offered no padding. So if you're jumping around and you're falling on like fake buildings or you're getting dunked in the fake river that they have there on set, you're going to get pretty banged up. And he'd often get hurt. He said there wasn't a single thing he was filmed in that he didn't get hurt. So he took it in stride.
Yeah. You know a lot of shit.
And say what? Say what, Art?
Art?
What? Oh, you didn't hear me?
Yeah,
No.
You know-
just
you know a lot of
what you said.
A lot of stuff about it.
Oh yeah, it's like I was telling these guys earlier. I wrote down like 18 pages of notes of things I wanted to get to. Because there's a lot of information.
I wonder. Sorry, hiccups. I wonder was like what was the pay for those stuntmen, and was it what was it because it was the only work they could get, or was it that it was a case of it was the best work they could get, like not as dangerous as a movie?
Well, actually, they considered it an honor to put on the suits and do the work. Like, even though they get hurt every time they're filming it, and it's often hot and heavy work, some of those suits weigh like 200 pounds. So you've got this skinny Japanese guy, carrying around 200 pounds of weight on his shoulders.
Jesus.
This is to carry around 200 pounds on my shoulders.
But they considered it a great honor, because they're playing this timeless figure, or they're playing something that they know is going to be this pop culture icon.
It's like someone getting the role of Superman or fucking Abraham Lincoln or something like that.
Essentially, like for instance, Harjo Nakajima. While he choreographed every battle in that series, the original run of Ultraman, he often would play the monsters that fought Ultraman as well. And it's not that they couldn't find somebody else. It's just it's such an honor to be in the suit and to do the work that you go and you do it.
It's again, as you said, you're becoming an icon, and with the Japanese like tradition and just the idea of being immortalized maybe as this character would be kind of reward in itself.
Yeah, and I imagine that a lot of these suit actors and stuff, their kids probably watched the program, because at that time, it was going pretty strong, and in fact, it went so strong they ended up making 40 series off of this one concept.
Jesus.
So I mean, it
Some
endured.
shows are to 2 seasons.
But so I want to note that two of my favorite monsters from this whole series are Pigman and Juris, which I mentioned earlier was the Godzilla with the frills. The Godzilla with frills on top.
Frilla. I don't know.
Frizzy Lizard.
Which some of you guys, even if you're not super into Ultraman, if you've read or seen anything about it, you might actually recognize Pigman. He's one of the most popular monsters in the series. He's sort of this red-looking monster, and he's kind of spiky, and he's got these little doopy arms, and he's got these stripy legs, and he sort of hops around.
And
Pigman.
his name was Pigman.
Yes.
Okay. And like, had he pig-like qualities, or had he a face like a pig? Just Pigman. Okay.
Nope. That's his name. It's Pigmon, like Pokemon.
Giraffe-mon.
Giraffe-mon, but he looks like an antelope.
This makes no sense. It's a show about a guy who can go from 6 feet to 115 feet tall. We're not going to be getting into specifics.
Yeah, it's kind of cool, the whole concept. I mean, you've got this guy, he works for the Space Patrol, and they've got all this high-tech weapons, and the whole purpose of the Science Patrol, the Space Patrol, whatever you want to call them, the whole purpose is to fight giant monsters, right? And then he ends up becoming a giant monster. So it's just kind of neat.
So Ethel, I got a cheeky question for you, right? So Ultraman, does he need the suit to change size?
Well, it's not that it's a suit. It's not that it's a suit. He has a device called the beta capsule. And when he triggers the device, it transforms him into Ultraman. Ultraman is an alien that got in an accident with Hayata. And he actually killed Hayata, and Ultraman felt so bad that he shares his life and body with Hayata to bring him back from death.
Okay, so say Hayata's at home with his girlfriend, and it's Valentine's evening, right? And like he's like, "Oh man, I'm feeling a bit insecure. Like, can he control the size he goes to? And has it got to be his whole body that has to get big, or can he just do it in increments?"
No, he can't. He's just or he's Ultraman. Once you trigger that beta capsule, you're ginormous.
So his girlfriend, it would be dangerous. It would be dangerous if he, that'd be.
Hey, I see you. You're in there.
We're back talking French. We.
Cindy, are you familiar with Ultraman or Kamen Rider at all?
Yes, Sadie.
Probably. She knows a bunch of stuff.
I would just be really worried that he'd get drunk and he'd activate while he's in a brothel or something, and just well, would the organization cover for the damages and the loss? Okay, I'm sorry, Deacon. Deacon has just said 18+ stream, the full Marty. I'm fine, I'll drop the topic.
There you go.
I'm like Brody in Mallrats. Can all of Mr. Fantastic's body stretch?
Well, it's the Science Patrol. They don't know that Hayata is Ultraman. It's a secret identity. So he's got to be when he activates the capsule.
Is there the classic superhero episode of where they're hey, do you know Hayata and Ultraman are never around at the same time? Is there nearly an episode where he's nearly found out or caught out? Or
there are a couple times where he comes close to being found out, but he always gets away with it. I know it's not pretty deep in that vein, but yeah, Ultraman. Ultraman's pretty cool. I like Ultraman. I got the series. It's pretty easy to keep now. It used to be sort of harder to get stuff, but now it's a lot easier, which I like. You know, if you're gonna buy it in physical media.
I'll definitely check it out, and I'm definitely going to Shout Factory to check out Kamen Rider as well. And again, Shout Factory,
Yeah.
if you're watching, pay this lady. You owe her commission.
And on to
Yeah,
the
man.
other five
Get on with that
factory
shit.
products. It's cool. Hey, Shout Factory.
Give her a shout, Shout Factory.
Give me a job. My schedule is wide open. So. But yeah, so we've covered Kamen Rider, covered Ultraman. We dipped into Godzilla just a little bit, but we can always circle back to that. I think we should talk about Super Sentai a little bit. Art's on his OnlyFans. That's what Monster D can say. Oh, jeez. Oh, it's on Trenchy's. It's on Trenchy's OnlyFans. Oh my.
Yeah, we should have made Deacon make that pact as well. This is not.
Hey, the Trench, I ain't saying nothing tonight. I can't be held responsible for what other people say, okay?
No, Trench.
High
Trench
school
should have
never
been-
ends, man.
Grow 50 feet tall, you can crush anybody who says anything. Right on them. But
What? God, could
So,
you imagine Ultraman's OnlyFans page? That'd be a fucking nightmare.
oh my god,
Prostitutes exploded from the inside in the Showa district.
the thing about Ultraman is if he had an OnlyFans page, they'd all be very short videos because he can only be Ultraman for a short amount of time.
My God, Ultraman literally has performance issues. Oh, for fuck's sake. If Ultraman took Viagra, would he last that bit longer?
Yeah.
Not the bottle. Ultra long. Ultra longer.
How awkward would that be? He's in bed with his Ultra lady and she's almost there. He's like, oh damn, I gotta go. The jewel in my chest is flashing. I don't want to die.
I was almost done. I was almost there.
You know, oh god, he's got to change back into Hayata halfway through, and he's got to finish the job.
He ends up drowning in whatever substance fucking Ultraman left behind. It's like, whoa.
Can you just imagine the contemplating for him when he was at 50 feet tall?
Jesus.
It gets really awkward, guys. He forgot to put a sock on the giant doorknob, so Pigman just comes stumbling in.
Question. Where would he go for a condom fitting?
He'd have to go to the Science Patrol. They'd have to make him a giant one.
I suppose, like maybe if he pulled the top off a hot air balloon and used the material from that, I don't know.
Since we're on this lewd topic, I just want to say, if you look at the first episode of Ultraman, you can tell that fabric or that material that the suit's made of is really thin. Because if you look down, the shot, a big tall shot from beneath, so it like makes him look huge, and you can see his ultra boner. It's quite sizable.
Oh wait, you can see his Ultra Dawn and Ultra Bollocks. Jesus.
you can see the outline of the suit actor, unfortunately, because of the thickness of the material, and they didn't. I don't think they noticed when they were editing that, but I happened to notice when I was watching it, and I'm like, oh my, oh geez.
So
Oh my!
it's like a David Bowie Labyrinth situation, right?
Maybe that's where that beta capsule came from. But yeah, it's quite the thing. Luckily, that only happens a couple times throughout the series, so it's not a huge issue. It's not like Pumpkinhead and his visible wang. But moving on to the safe world of Super Sentai. Oh, hey! Before I do that, though, I better post a link to the thing in the chat so he can jump on. John, are you in the chat at all, dude?
Be right back, Ethel.
Because I noticed he mentioned earlier that he could be about 10 minutes. We still got 5 spaces, so we got one left, one empty space left. Oh, Deacon. He says super Sentai or super hentai. It's like we got way off topic with this, but that happens sometimes. So does anybody else have any fond memories? Oh, sorry.
Oh, my bad. Go, Apple. I'm delayed. I thought you were done. I didn't know you were talking.
I was done for a little while, but nobody said anything, so I decided to say something. But yeah, what were you gonna say, Trench?
I was just gonna say I've never seen Super Sentai, but I've seen Power Rangers, and it's the shit. So.
Yeah, if you've seen Power Rangers, then you've definitely seen some of what Super Sentai is. Just post this in the chat for when John wants to jump in, he can jump in, because I still have that extra space. But yeah, no, the cool thing about Super Sentai, much like the other 2 series, it's been going forever. It started in 1975, and it is still going today. So that's non-stop, folks. No breaks for them. They've been going, from 1 year to the next year, and every year they change it up. Every year it's different. So I think somewhere I wrote down how many. It's 46 years, so there are 46 seasons of Super Sentai. Shit. So you're not going to binge that in a weekend. Especially considering each season is between 41 and 50 episodes long.
Jesus.
Do you know the length of the episodes?
Yeah, they're about 30 minutes.
I got you.
So it's
Ethel, were they showing every weekday? Would there be like 5 episodes a week?
That I don't know. I think they had to show it every weekday if they did that many episodes within a year. Like, actually, there was There was one year where they went more than one year for a season. The very first season of Super Sentai back in 1975 was Himitsu Sentai Go Ranger, and that started in 75 and it ended in 1977. So out of this entire list I have written down, because I had to write it down, there's no way I'd remember every single one of them without leaving somebody out. That was the only one where they went more than 1 year without changing the whole concept. But
The
yeah,
turnover must have been good though. The turnover of the episodes and the ratings must have been really good. That like they went on for that long and that many episodes a season.
oh yeah, no, they made major bank off this show, and then they just made even more money when Saban came along and started buying episodes. And he didn't start doing that until 1991, I believe, or 1992. Hold on, let me look at my notes. Yeah, it was like 1992. That's when he started doing buying Power Rangers, basically, making Power Rangers. Yeah, so at that time they were so far down the list they were already filming Zoo Rangers. It was the 16th season that they were doing, the 16th series they were doing.
And that's
yeah.
Oh, sorry. No. Sorry, I was just going to ask, like, was that the series? They were on the 16th series when Saban started picking up the episodes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah. So Mighty Morphin Power Rangers is actually all the fight sequences and little small snippets from Zoo Rangers from Kaiju Sentai Zoo Ranger. That's how you pronounce it.
Yeah.
Which, is quite the mouthful if you don't speak fluent Japanese, which I don't. So yeah.
Obviously, they had to work their show around the Sentai, the Super Sentai shows, Power Rangers and the like. But I'm wondering after a while, did the Western productions of like Power Rangers, did they affect how the Super Sentai shows were developed or made?
They did. Occasionally, over in Japan, they would film extra scenes and stuff just for the American production.
Yeah,
nice.
because they were so popular, they wanted more stuff, and they went through. They went through the original. They went through the original content and had to make more stuff to source it out. Yeah, and as you said as well, as the seasons went on, they changed the kind of dynamic and the look of the shows as well.
Were the Super Sentai creators getting paid for Power Rangers as well, or was that like were they getting money for that?
They were getting. They had some sort of deal with Saban where he paid a lump sum for that season, and then there would be residuals for the footage that was shown from that season. They bought the lump sum from. So like if they shot like episode 3 from Zoo Rangers, and then they went back and they cannibalized some footage from episode 3 again to show in like episode 20 of Power Rangers, Saban would cut a check to Super Sentai. It's quite lucrative, and in fact, Mighty Morphin Power Rangers went on for 3 seasons, and it went so long that, like Marty said, they exhausted the footage. but they ended up needing to film more stuff. So Super Sentai actually shipped over a lot of costumes. And if you look in some of the later seasons of season, or the later episodes of season 2 of Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, Goldar, his mouth doesn't quite move very well anymore, and it's because the animatronics in the suit are actually broken. He just started stuttering.
I think Goldar had a stroke. Fuck it.
Goldar suffered a massive stroke.
Like Lord Zed was beating him across the head with his staff too many times. Like, stupid.
All in all, Power Rangers as a series, as a franchise, has used 25, or it's made 25 spin-offs. You know, I don't count like everything after season 3 as the same thing because it's radically different. Those all count as spin-offs essentially because they got different cast members. So that's 25 different shows from this other show.
I think every season, though, every new season, they have at least one crossover episode with the prior Rangers team. Just kind of keep the older fans going. There's also a really cool episode where all the Red Rangers from every iteration team up to fight a Dragon Zord, a stolen Dragon Zord on the moon. And I know a couple of tidbits about it. I know that the Blue Ranger, the guy who played him, had an awful hard time because he came out as gay, and he was made feel absolutely shit at the time. He was like, you can't do this. This is a kid's show. You can't come out. If you come out, we'll ruin your career. I mean, absolutely fucking heinous. And the guy was like, I can't do this anymore. He actually left acting, I think, as a result.
So was his name Michael or Brian Yost or something like that? No, his last name is Yost.
I think it is. Let me look it up.
Because unlike Super Sentai, I'm not super Power Rangers. I know a little bit about it, like through seasons 1 through 3. But once I get past that, I start running out of information.
David Yost.
David Yost. So I remember the name from the credits.
Billy Cranston was his name. Oh, another tidbit fun fact. Bryan Cranston, who played Zordon in the remake, actually voiced one of the Clockwork King monster bad guys in, I think, Power Rangers Zeo. He actually voiced one of the monsters. So yeah, Walter White voiced one of the fucking the monsters in the original, one of the original Power Rangers series.
Funny, Bryan Cranston also went on to play Walter White in Breaking Bad.
Oh yeah, no. Sorry.
Zordon to become the face of one of the biggest shows about drugs in the history of man.
Oh yeah, no. I know that. I was saying that, like, how he like, of all the stuff he started in, like Breaking Bad, Malcolm in the Middle, he started off doing voices he done voice work in the original Power Rangers, and then to come full circle and play Zordon in the live action reboot. Well, I say live action reboot, the Americanized. I say Americanized. Jesus, help me out here. The big screen adaptation, the recent screen adaptation. He played Zordon in it.
Movie or the theatrical version.
Not the one with Ivan Christ.
The modern theatrical version. There we go. It's difficult because there's so many different versions of the same thing.
Exactly.
Mark, if they were going to do another reboot of Power Rangers, I think you might agree with me on this. If they got the guys behind Cobra Kai to do it, what do you reckon?
I think if you got, to me, the for me, if you're gonna do the guys from Cobra Kai, I would probably make Hawk Red Ranger, the kid who plays Hawk in
I mean,
Cobra Kai.
the creative team, the creative team,
The creative team. Yeah, no, those guys have their shit together. I would totally agree with that.
Oh, like
Hmm.
in season 1, there's a character called Stingray, and I was like, that's totally Bulk and Skull amalgamated into the one character. Did you know the kind of the big fat kind of dopey security guard who joins Cobra Kai?
Yeah, Stingray.
Yeah. I was like, this guy is like some kind of Power Ranger.
He's fucking all rolled into one character.
It's
He
just,
totally works for that show.
yeah. I think the whole dynamic and stuff, if they were going to redo a Power Rangers, a more serious kind of Power Rangers, they should get that. And sorry, I sidetracked the conversation after. It was just something that was in the back of my head.
It's totally cool because it's related. We're talking Super Sentai. That definitely relates to Power Rangers, and that obviously relates to the new film. So I mean, or what was the new film? It's not new anymore, but yeah. To sort of narrow the list, I'm just going to talk about the Sentai seasons that I have listed in the ticker there at the bottom of the screen, just because those are my 4 favorites. So I'll sort of just talk about them a bit. Now, the cool thing about Zoo Rangers, which is the one that started the whole thing with Power Rangers, where they adapted it from that show, is if you watch it, it's got its darker moments, but it's still lighthearted and fun like Power Rangers was. But it's this very different animal. Like for instance, the Yellow Ranger, not a girl, actually a fellow by the name of Boy, which is ironic. Which if you go from having seen Power Rangers to starting to watch Blue Rangers, whenever they have the fight scenes, that's going to confuse the hell out of you because you're always going to be thinking it's Trini in there, and it's not. It's Boy.
It's like I'm wondering, like, as well, would there be deviations between the height of the original actors to the stunt performers? So it's like you got cute little Trini Tran, and then you got some dude called Boy who's like a.
Well, the actor and the suit performer who played Boy / Yellow Ranger were the tallest of fellows. So they doubled pretty nicely for Trini. But you can tell if you look in the chest area, even though I know she wasn't the bustiest of gals, it is noticeably flatter.
So you're saying that next time, everybody, when we watch Power Rangers, look closely at the Yellow Ranger's boobs to see them shrink.
Check out some chesticles because they're not there.
The fucking deflate when they're morphin' time. God,
They're like the Patriots.
So,
The other thing.
Saber-tooth tiger.
Oh, sorry.
It's saber-titless tiger.
Jesus Christ.
But so basically, the premise of Zoo Rangers, for those who have not seen it, which I guess none of you have seen that, right? It's just Power Rangers.
No, just Power Rangers.
Yeah.
All right. Well, it's not super different from the premise of Power Rangers. Basically, there's an evil witch on planet Nemesis named Bandora, who is sealed away in a magic vessel. and 2 astronauts accidentally release her. And when that happens, she decides that she wants to conquer Earth. And the backstory.
It's the exact same. It's the exact same. Rita Repulsa in the dumpster, the space dumpster. That was the pilot episode.
Well, except the space dumpster was on the moon. This is on planet Nemesis, which is a planet that's got such an eccentric orbit that it only comes within range of Earth every few million years.
Huh.
So they accidentally release Bandora, Rita, and of course she's got her gang of minions. And when this happens, the Rangers, who are actually 5 warriors from an ancient culture, are in suspended animation. They're released by the sort of elder mentor character. And they command the mystical beasts, which are the Zords, and they transform into the Ranger suits and stuff. And it's basically the same plot in a way, but it's different. Like if you watch it, you'll be able to pick out, oh, in Rangers this is what happened, but in Zoo Rangers this is happening instead. But it's sort of
the design. Oh, sorry, Ethel. Go on.
Oh, no, go ahead.
No, is the design of Rita taken from that, or is the character, because it's Japan, is it a lot more sultry, kind of sexy character that ends up coming out of the kind of the sarcophagus or garbage dump, or what? Like, is it the same kind of Rita with the cone boobs and the weird hat, or is it a more sultry kind of chick? Or
same character.
Oh,
just different name. Oh, we got a guest in the back. Let me let them in real quick. Oh, they disappeared. I can't have them in. They're gone. Okay. Well, I tried. Maybe they'll come back. Yeah, no, so very, very, very pretty much the exact same design. A lot of the characters, same thing. Like you'll recognize Goldar, whose name is not Goldar. You'll recognize I'm bad because I don't remember the Power Rangers name. I only remember the Zoo Rangers name. But you'll recognize the hunchback sort of monster with the blue face. That's Bookback. You'll recognize like the bat sort of monster with the pale face. That's Toot Pat. Oh, we got that guest in the back. Let me let them back in. Is that Trenchy? That's Trenchy. We'll let Trenchy back in.
Trench.
My bad.
Trench man, come. Well,
He is returned.
I wasn't sure who was in the back before that I almost let in. It wasn't John. I think it might have been Sasha, but they were there and then they were gone like instantly. So I couldn't let them in.
Oh, yeah, no, that was Sasha. He thought this was offline. He didn't want to be online at the moment. He thought this was an offline chat.
Well, I see how it is. Sasha.
He's too good. He's too good to talk about rubber monsters.
I see. We're talking about Super Sentai and Power Rangers. Too good for that. I got you.
I don't know how he got the link.
I'll tell you something, Ethel. If it was on Criterion instead of Shout Factory, he'd be fucking all over that shit. Criterion collection.
Well, Godzilla's on Criterion, so we're close. Sort of.
Almost there.
We're almost there. Although, geez, I'm not going to say it again because I'll sound even more like an advertisement, but there was a very nice release of Zoo Rangers as well as Mega Rangers, done by a certain company that I may or may not have mentioned several times earlier in this episode.
Ethel, is it a factory worth shouting about?
I believe it is.
Hey, this woman.
I've done more advertising for them in the last hour and a half than I think I've seen for them in the last 2 years.
Oh, brilliant.
Yeah, I don't know what I was about to say, but like, yeah, just drop an ad on this video, please.
You know what?
Shout.
I'm going to retweet the stream and tag Shout Factory in the tweets.
Hi, that'd be crazy. Like, they show up in the chat. They're like, "Hey, what are you doing? You can't be talking about this. This is ours. You're a copyright strike."
Like the tagline of this should be the tagline of the stream should be it makes you want to shout.
You make them shout, throw my
Put your hands up and put your hands up. You know you make you want to shout.
Exactly.
But basically, getting back to Zoo Rangers. So Rita comes back. The Rangers are woken up. You know, everything's cream cheese, right? Because things are balanced. But much like in Power Rangers, the Green Ranger, who instead of Tommy is a character by the name of Barai, who is the brother of the Red Ranger, the Red Zoo Ranger, actually is evil because he wants revenge on his brother for the death of his family because he blames his brother. Ooh. And the trick to that is he's dead.
So, as you were saying, Ethel, the original Japanese version goes for a more adult, not totally adult, but a more darker tone instead of the whole Saved by the Bell kind of Hill Valley, Sweet Valley High kind of bullshit. It's a lot more soap opera-esque.
A little bit more so, yeah. The whole premise with that is Bandora has brought him back to life and keeps him in a dimension with a candle. And this candle, you'll remember it from the Power Rangers. Yeah. It's a green candle. And when that candle burns out, Barai will die. And the candle only burns when he leaves that special dimension. So he'll leave the dimension to fight the Zoo Rangers and to do Bandora's bidding. That only goes on for a little while. Eventually he does, just like Tommy does, join forces with the Rangers. And they're all one team. But that persists throughout the show.
Does he end up like in the Power Rangers? Does he end up becoming the White Ranger?
No. White Ranger is from a different Sentai series.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
They actually cut in footage from that other Sentai series with footage from Zoo Rangers in Power Rangers because they were running out of footage, which is why Tommy's costume changes halfway through, because they ran out of Green Ranger.
So essentially they had to use a plot device in the series to explain that. So okay.
Yeah, and that's basically what happens.
Nice.
But it's kind of cool. I like Zoo Rangers a lot. It's not my absolute favorite out of them, but it's up there. It's in my top 4. I'd probably have to say my absolute favorite out of all of them would be Mega Rangers. I really dig that one. Close second would have to be Car Rangers, which I'm going to discuss those all in detail. But before I do that, though, those 2 series are a little bit more silly, so I want to go back to the more serious series. I mean, if we can call it serious, and we're all talking about giant rubber monsters and guys in motorcycle helmets and colored spandex here, but, you know, as dramatic as it gets. I want to talk
Sounds like a
about that.
sex party. Guys in rubber suits and lads in motorcycle helmets. Wow!
We got the stickers for motorcycle helmets, which those are obviously tarted up motorcycle helmets. I don't know how else to describe them.
I like that tarted up. It's like, that's a horror of a helmet right there.
Look, it's got dinosaur teeth and it's got ears. It's oh Jesus. It's gussied up, right? It's really it's good. It's up to the whole nine.
It's out there
It's
peddling
badass.
ass.
It's like badass as fuck. I don't care. Power Rangers is badass.
I'd wear the pterodactyl helmet while I'm riding my scooter. I'd do it.
I would love to get my hands on Bandai released kind of NECA and Marvel Legends level figures with like interchangeable heads and weapons and stuff, and they're really highly detailed. I'd love to get the Green Ranger and the Lord Zed because they're like super articulated and super fucking detailed. If you get a chance, check out the pictures online. They're really fucking nice figures.
You know what
Sorry.
I think I wish they would go through, and because they have the rights to them, I wish that they would get them on TV somehow. You know, syndicate these original Japanese programs, redub them if you have to. But this stuff should be on television, and honestly should.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like I love Power Rangers, but I would like to check out the Roots as well. It sounds really interesting.
At one stage, Ethel, I remember Netflix. I don't know if it was a mistake. It was here in Ireland. Under the anime tagline, there was like there was a Kamen Rider series, a live action Kamen Rider series, which they had dubbed really badly, but it was the original Japanese one they had redubbed, and I think it was I don't know if they're still around. Manga, the brand Manga, brought it to the Europe. So I'm wondering, would they go back and do that with other stuff as well?
Right.
I think they should. Like, there's a market for this stuff to be watched on regular television. Half the problem is they've got it just on the internet or on DVD. Like, if you could get this from one of these channels, one of these big national one of these free channels, like locally here in the States, you get it on like a channel like Comment, and you get a decent English dub, you could get a whole generation of people hooked on this stuff.
Yeah, man. Especially people who are fans of Power Rangers. I bet they would eat that up. You know, they'll go over and be like, "Oh, this is like Power Rangers, but slightly different. I'll watch this." Or they might even think it's Power Rangers, but who cares? People would be watching it.
Like all obviously Bandai has some deal done with not Bandai, Saban has some deal done with Netflix because if I'm not mistaken, I think every iteration of Power Rangers is on Netflix at the moment. So maybe they could do something. Maybe they could make another fucking deal.
I'm surprised it's not on Disney Plus because I believe currently the what is it, Power Rangers Dino Force or Dino Thunder or Dino something or other is on the Disney XD channel. Last I checked.
Yeah, Dino, the new one, Dino Fury. That's the new one, Dino Fury. Yeah.
There was an interesting thing with that one. All of them, I think, majority of them were made in the States. Bar that, another one was made in Australia, and I think that's a loophole. I think Disney have the rights to the ones that were produced in Australia for some reason.
What the fuck?
Yeah, because they used the same studio that produced. There was some studio that was producing the Power Rangers, and it was a show that was kind of like I think it might be Descendants. I think Yes, I have an 8-year-old niece. Descendants.
I
was
like Descendants.
I think Descendants is made in Australia, Trenchy. And I think the thing was, Disney have caught a sway of everything that was made in this studio, so they got those two series by a kind of proxy. So
Yeah, don't be ashamed, man. I like Descendants 2. Like, Descendants 2 is the shit.
I look, I have an 8-year-old niece, and she sticks it on that and Superhero Squad or Superhero Girls when she comes
Oh,
over.
no, that's what I'm saying. Don't be embarrassed. I'm a grown-ass man, and I like that shit without little children. I watch it alone, so it's like, don't be embarrassed at all.
Okay.
As long as you're watching it in a pure way, in a well-lit room, there's nothing wrong with being an adult and watching shows made for younger viewers.
Turn off the light. Close that door. Don't look at me.
God, you guys are making...
Chris Hansen comes in and just looks at my TV. Oh, your ass is mine. I'm not an Aeon.
Oh, you know it for sure now. Well, you never order the adult channel and the Cartoon Network on the same cable subscription. You make that list right away. No, I feel like if they put this stuff and they like, I don't even like. It doesn't need to be dubbed, but maybe it does for American audiences to watch it. I'm not sure if we're still at that point. I enjoyed it immensely in the original Japanese, and I watched them several times. The Zoo Rangers, Car Rangers, Mega Rangers, Jetman. I rewatch these because they're good. It's good television, and I feel like if they would either release a dub or release it subbed on regular television, they get it in the right time slot, it'd take right off. It'd have a regular viewer.
Mm-hmm.
Just one season, you could get 2 seasons out of one season because you get 50 episodes with some of these.
Like it's already there. It's already been made. Like 80%, 90% of the work is already done for you. Cheap as chips. Fly it up there, put on a dub, you're sorted.
Yeah, just hire some decent voice actors. Don't ship it out to Hong Kong to get voices. No, bring it to the States. Go and hire some actual voice actors. Have it translated. Have them read the translation.
Ethel, was that the crowd that done the anime? And I don't know, was it you or Deacon that was telling me about it? There was a sex scene, and it was just the voice, the dubbing was so bad. It was like you could not you literally had to tune out because the dubbing on the anime was so bad. Was that what you were telling me, or was it Deacon that was telling me that story? That was the worst dubbing.
That could easily have been Deacon. I do remember there's I think it was a Necronomicon Book of the Dead anime. There's a couple scenes where there's a sex scene and it's so badly done. Like if you were enjoying this movie,
that's the one you told me about. Was that the Hong Kong crowd that done the dubbing for that one?
I don't know, but I bring up Hong Kong because they did quite a few bad dubbings for Godzilla films, and it's just I'll never forgive them what they've done.
We'll get into that in a moment.
Oh yeah. But so yeah, it's there. You got 2 American seasons easy. There's 51 episodes of Jetman. Get some decent voice actors, make it happen. Which I gotta say, out of the 4 Sentai series I've chosen to talk about, Jetman's actually pretty mature for the 4 of them. It features a love triangle. It features the death of this fellow's girlfriend. It's very mature. In fact, one of the main characters even dies at the end, which I'm not going to spoil it and tell you who. But yeah,
Okay.
and it's serious. It's like you got these guys. They've been mutated by something called birdonic waves, and they can sort of glide around in their Power Ranger suits. And it's serious as a damn heart attack.
Um, it kind of reminds me of the Power Rangers Mystic Force, which was like kind of dark because they had a villain called Octomus who was like this cosmic villain, and he turned like the Red Ranger into like one of his heralds, kind of like Silver Surfer or like Apocalypse. He turned the Red Ranger evil. He like destroyed a Megazord. He like was showing them like the Earth being destroyed and shit, giving them vision. It was like some dark shit going on.
I'm trying to remember which one it was. I think it might have been Zoo Rangers. There's a monster, and it's a silly monster. It's like I think it was Zoo Rangers. It's basically it's a faucet monster, like it's a water faucet and stuff. But like in this scene, there's a woman in the middle of the night. She gets up and she goes to her kitchen sink to get a glass of water, and the knobs from the sink come out and they start strangling her and they choke her to death. And then there's a fountain. Yeah, and there's a water fountain in the park, and they go to take a drink of it, and blood straight up is coming out of this water fountain.
So are you saying she choked to death on the knob?
Oh Jesus! See?
Oh, jeez. Mark is late night.
My God, this is probably the tamest I've ever been on a stream. I think the lads are trying to compensate.
They're picking up the slack on the nudity.
You caught me on an off day. What can I say?
But the basic. I'll just get to it. The basic premise of Jetman is it centers around an organization called the Sky Force, and they've got sort of this flying base that flies around. And there's an experiment called Project J, where they're using this new thing they've developed called birdonic waves. And what it does is it gives you superhuman abilities. And while they've perfected this on one individual who's the Red Ranger, Red Hawk, they go to do it on 4 other individuals. And what happens is the base gets attacked, the experiment goes awry, and 4 random people end up getting imbibed with these birdonic powers. And the whole premise is you got to find these 4 people, recruit them, and help them fight this force of interdimensional assholes called the Virum, who attacked the base in the first place. And it's very dramatic. When the base gets attacked, Red Hawk's girlfriend, who also works for Sky Force, gets sucked out of the plane and dies, and it's dramatic as hell. So I recommend that one a lot.
Wait, when did that one come out at them?
That one came out in 1990. Hold on, it's on my other page of notes because I had to write down the years. Here it is. That one came out in 1991.
Oh.
Yeah. So it wasn't that long ago, really. Knocked over Godzilla there. But that's what the youth in Japan were watching in 1991. They were watching this heady shit with like this guy's girlfriend dying, and then there's a love triangle between a robot, and it's crazy. Yeah, and so basically they get their powers. You've got the Red Ranger, which is Red Hawk. You've got the White Ranger, which is the White Swan. Yellow Ranger is the Yellow Owl. And you've got the Blue Ranger, who's the Blue Swallow. And you've got the Black Ranger, who is the Black Condor. And unlike the American series, the Black Ranger is not, in fact, black himself. So we don't have that kind of thing going.
That was the amazing, and apparently it genuinely was coincidental. It was like fucking. They were joking. It was lucky that like Tommy wasn't Jewish. It was like what the. It's like he's the Green Ranger. Huh?
And they had the Asian Ranger in the American series was the Yellow Ranger. I'm like, for crying out loud! As a kid, I noticed this. I'm like, what are they doing?
If Ethel, if you get a chance, check out College Humor's Zordon is Racist sketch, where like the Black Ranger quits, and he's like, "You're racist." He goes, "Oh no, I'm not. Fine, I'll send you home." And the Black Ranger ends up in like Nigeria, and he's like looking around, "Dude, I'm from Queens." And it's like, what the fuck? If you get a chance, check it out. The Red Ranger gets replaced by like a Mexican gardener, and it's a weird sketch, but it hits the nail right in the head.
But I always thought that was kind of weird. But luckily that doesn't happen with Super Sentai. They're all Japanese, so the colors are just colors. We didn't try to Burger King Kids Club the cast. So.
Oh, God.
Yay! No color coding.
So I don't know. I like that one a lot, and they're all their powers are bird based, even though they're Jetman. But the reason they're Jetman is because the vehicles they have are jets. So there is some correlation between the name and the abilities.
Is the shape of the jets? Is it kind of? Are they all the same, or do they kind of take the shapes of the birds they're supposed to represent?
They're different. They're different colors, and they do sort of have a bird-like appearance to them. So it is fitting. But I remember the first time I watched it, I'm thinking, oh, Jetman, they're going to be flying jets and stuff. And I'm like, oh, they're all birds. Oh, they're the jets. Oh, okay. And it's kind of cool. They have this badass leader who's this strong military commander woman, and they're all afraid of her. Like, they're all afraid she's just going to kick their ass, which I always thought was kind of amusing. So, yeah, if you get a chance to check it out, and you can watch that certain, you can watch that program on that certain website or that certain app. There you have it.
It's good that you give a shout out to that factory, though. That was that factory needs a shout out.
I figured it's what I could do. The least I could do, given all the hours of entertainment.
I have a question.
It's ironic, though, she's not actually shouting.
Damn it, Trenchy! Go on, Mark.
I have a question. Maybe this is just me being weird, but would you guys consider Voltron, even though it's animated, would you consider it?
I was just going to ask Ethel that. Would Voltron fall into that category?
The kaiju type of situation.
It does have the parameters. Has there ever been a live action version of Voltron?
No.
That I don't know. I have not seen a live action Voltron.
There has never been a live action Voltron. Trust me. If there was a live action Voltron, yours truly would know it.
Okay, good. So I'm uninformed on that. It's just it hasn't happened.
Probably a good thing, because
you
most
beat me to it,
live
Mark. I
action
was actually
don't go right.
Because when Ethel was talking about that, I was like, "This sounds very like Voltron." Like Like, did the jets combine into a robot in that one, Ethel, or a bigger jet? Or yeah, so yeah.
They did. They combined in all these. They combine into a giant robot, and in fact, in Jetman, they actually have backup sometimes as backup robot too. They got Tetra Boy.
Okay. Like, hey, I'm blown away though that there's never been a live action version of Ultraman, because of like the new animated series is fucking awesome. If you have Netflix, check it out. But
I watched it. It was great.
It's Jesus Christ, and it's super dark.
It
is
is. It's really dark. I was
like,
I was
this
in
is happening
shock.
in a cartoon, and it's aimed at a younger audience. It's not an anime. It's not like fucking Violent Jack or fucking Wicked City or Evangelion. It's aimed at a younger audience, but it doesn't talk down to the audience. Sorry, Ethel, I'm after sidetracking you.
No, I'm thinking about live action Voltron. That would be kind of cool if they did that. You know, they'd have to do it right. Though.
I would love for them to do a live action Voltron. Yeah. But you'd have to have the right actors to pull it off. You couldn't just, you know, because like Martin said, though, you get the guys who are doing Cobra Kai to do it because they have it that down pat.
Yeah.
Because one thing that set Voltron aside from every other cartoon was not only were these guys just space explorers, they knew how to fight as well.
And that kind of conflict was interpersonality as well. There was like, it played into the sexual chemistry of some characters. It played into the rivalry of some characters. It played into the protectiveness of some characters. One guy, one of the lion. Oh fuck! I mark it now here. What are they called? The term for the force or lion force, golden lion force or shit.
It was they always refer to, because there's two different series of Voltron. The original was the Lion Force. That was, you know, that's where Keith and Paige and all those guys came. You know, that was your main Voltron. That was the like I said, that was the Lion Force, and then you had the Vehicle Force that followed like 2 years later.
Yeah, like okay, we'll say whatever force. One character would go off, like he'd hear his father was alive on the planet. He'd go off and like, in one iteration, it'd be like a chick going off looking for her long lost father, but in this it was a guy, and this like chick who's kind of the commander is like, fuck it, I'm going after my boyfriend, and it's pretty cool. Like she's going down there half to protect him, and the other reason is she's going to give him a bollocking. She's going to beat the shit out of him, and literally go, if you do this again, we are done relationship wise. And that was really, really. Ethel, have you watched the new Ultron?
I have not seen the new. Are you talking about Voltron or?
Voltron. Sorry, I'm saying Ultron. Have you seen the Ultron?
I've only seen the original animated series. Fun fact, I used to have the Voltron lunchbox. So shout out to anybody who had that.
And any Voltron fans in the stream, seriously, it's a treat, both to the eyes and the ears, and it doesn't talk down to its audience. So if you get a chance, definitely check it out.
If only they'd make that into a live action series, we could include that in this category. Unfortunately, because it's only been animated, it's an anime. It's still good
Yeah.
to talk about it, though. No problem talking about it. Just making that distinction.
I'm boggled. It hasn't been fucking made. I'm absolutely
It should
boggled.
happen. They need to make it like keep what makes Voltron Voltron. You know, you keep the bright colors or whatnot, but make it adult as hell. You know.
Well,
Yeah.
do you
Don't
think-
slider it and mute all the colors and stuff. Sorry, Trenchy.
Oh no, you're good. I was saying, do you think it hasn't been adapted yet? Because most anime adaptations to live action have failed horribly. Do you think that might be the case?
I think that I just think they can't get the rights to it.
Oh, yeah. Rights is a big issue. Yeah, usually.
I don't see anyone. And if you fuck up Voltron, if you fuck up Voltron to the point they did Power Rangers in the 2 movies they did, woo, doggy.
Oh, the fans would fucking burn you at the stake.
Yes.
Voltron fans are like fucking hardcore. I seen a dude get fucking chewed out at a comic convention because he thought fucking Voltron, the storytelling in Voltron, was subpar. And this guy, it was like the guy had been pulled over by a cop for speeding. He was just like, and you're wrong about this, and you're wrong about this. If I ever hear you, it's like, what's going on there? Oh, they're fighting.
And by the time you're done getting your ass chewed out like that, you forget you're full grown. You feel like I'm the fucking Cosby Kids.
The guy wanted to just turn back into a fetus and climb into his mother. Sorry, Ethel.
No, it's cool. So in summation on this, live action Voltron, make it happen. Make it happen.
But do it right.
Yeah.
But don't screw it up. Make it happen, but don't screw it up. So I'll get back to the whole Super Sentai discussion. I recommended Zoo Rangers, recommend Kojin Sentai Jetman, and also going to recommend Geketsu Sentai Car Rangers, which is much sillier than the previous two. We got from the back room. We got John Steele on deck. Let's get him in here.
Steely John, how you doing?
Oh yeah.
Welcome, John.
What up?
Yeah.
Hey, John.
Hey, Art. What's up, everybody? What's up?
Oh hi, Mark.
Hey, Art. I've been here the whole fucking time. Art just now realizing I've been here.
Oh boy. So John, we were just talking about Voltron, and then we were talking about Super Sentai. Obviously, I know you're familiar with Voltron. You gotta be.
Yep.
Are you familiar with Super Sentai?
I've heard of it. I never really got into any of the Super Sentai stuff. You know?
It's pretty cool. For what it is, it's pretty damn cool. If you go in watching it and expecting Power Rangers, you get pleasantly surprised when it's not really Power Rangers at all.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it is, but it isn't. Like, there's the same sort of themes, and obviously you have the same sort of fight scenes that you see in Power Rangers, but the story is being radically different here or there, depending on where you are in the show or what.
The Super Sentai stuff came first before the other stuff, right? Before
Yeah,
any of the Power Rangers.
Yep.
yeah. 1975 is when Super Sentai started.
I mean, for me as a kid, with all of that, I grew up watching King Kong and Godzilla type of movie. A lot of Godzilla. They used to have down here. They used to have this channel, old school channel. Back in the day, Channel 56. They used to play like a lot of Godzilla movies versus this versus that, and then they had other kaiju movies too. Like I was talking about it earlier, the Daimajin, which is basically like a demon samurai that they summoned to like help them out and shit. I like that one. That was from like 1966 or 67 that came out.
I remember that.
Yeah, I have the VHSs of that one, Mark. It's pretty fucking. I liked it.
It was good. It was definitely different.
There's some cool DVD releases they came out with not too long ago for that. They're not super cheap, but you get a nice crisp picture.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing is super cheap anymore, Ethel.
Yeah.
It used to be. It used to be. I picked up my Ultraman box set for cheap.
Other than that, like my like I used to watch like back in the day when I was young. They used to have I think it was Robotech. Robotech was kind of along the lines of that Tranzord Z, which not a lot of people know, which was called Mazinger Z before Tranzord Z. And then obviously you guys were talking about Voltron. I know about that. The Guy King. I had Guy King toys, which like they had this one toy stood about 3 foot tall, and it's based on all the stuff that you guys are talking about too, with all the kaiju stuff, and this thing had like rockets for nipples that like if you pressed the button, it shot the rockets out of its chest, and it had a firing like it had an arm that fired like you press the button on the arm and would fire the fist would fire out too on this. And it had a Godzilla toy that was about 3.5 feet tall. Also,
wow. So. I thought you were gonna say like 3.5, 4 inches tall because they got.
These things
would be awesome.
Mm-hmm. No, these things had wheels on their feet. They were about 3 feet tall. About as big as probably a small child, and they're probably worth good money now. They had a few of them. The Guy King. There was a few other ones too. But Godzilla was in there. He was one of the toys, and it was all based on like a lot of these early shows that they did and all that, early movies. That was cool.
There's like a whole world of this stuff that we never got over here, and only small little snippets of it would trickle over,
Right, and then with name switches, they would switch names. They would change names for the American audience and stuff like that. And then, like, people would get like, well, I watched blah, blah, blah. Like, no, this is what it's called in Japan, though. So, like, people would get, it'll be a little bit of communication on that as well. But, like, huh?
Oh, no, go ahead. I thought you were done. Keep going.
No. I'm just talking about the shit that I've been exposed to. Like I said, Tranzor Z, Voltron, Robotech. There was something there was another early anime I remember growing up watching and shit. This is all before Transformers, by the way. We're talking like mid to late 70s, early 80s, before Transformers were even a thing over here.
Transformers was basically the toy company went over to Japan, and they like, for example, people are like, well, why the fuck is Megatron a German Duger? And why the fuck is Megatron is German Duger and Optimus Prime is a truck, yet they're the same fucking size. It was from different toy ranges and different toy shows.
Yep.
Originally, the Autobots were going to have people that could go inside them, and then they're like, "Oh no, fuck it, we'll just like fucking the robots. Well, they can drive themselves." And then
Bumblebee did end up having somebody who rode with him all the time.
Oh no, but I mean the figure line, the original figure line when it was brought over, Mark.
They end up doing that with the headmasters. Like they'd have little people inside the some of the portions of the figure. But yeah, that like what I was trying to think of. I was trying to think of something else you guys were talking about with that. Like I was beyond by the time like Power Rangers and all that shit came around. I was already like beyond that, like too old for that stuff. You know what I mean? Like I'm not gonna sit there. I don't know. I mean, I know adults probably enjoy it. Young adults probably enjoyed it, but by that time, I was like, you know, I'd watch Godzilla films and all that, but I never got into Power Rangers. Never watched any of the newer movies that they came out with. The Pacific Rims. I didn't enjoy those.
I think they were a good thing in that, John. They were a gateway for generations under mine and under yours. Maybe around the time, like Trenchy, would you say the likes of Power Rangers and stuff got you into the likes of Godzilla and King Kong and stuff?
I actually got lucky with Godzilla. I knew this dude, who's a bad person, by the way, but he gave me a bunch of Godzilla VHS. Yeah. I don't want to be giving him any credit, fuck him, but he gave me some Godzilla VHSs where I did get to experience Godzilla at a young age, so that was good.
But Power Rangers didn't influence you in any way to look out for other kind of stuff of that regard, really?
Oh, for sure, I think it did. I think it was in between Godzilla and Power Rangers that got me into shit like Pacific Rim and made me look deeper into King Kong, because I saw these giant monsters and stuff like that, and I'm like, this shit's dope. And then I watched King Kong, and I was amazed. I fell in love. But yeah, it was a combination, I say, of like Godzilla and Power Rangers for sure that made me like giant monsters in general, and monsters like monster movies in general. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Even though I'm slightly getting off the topic, I think the one movie that I remember the most before I actually saw Godzilla was Frankenstein, the monster that challenged the world.
Oh, Frankenstein versus the world?
Yes.
Oh shit.
And I was like, that was like my first like introduction into like monsters challenging man, you know. I was like, because you took Frankenstein from his classical setting, you know, in the Universal movies, and you actually put him where he went from like being the gentle soul that you fell in love with in Universal movies to being actually the villain. Wow, what a world reversal, and I loved it. It was so good. I was like, my God, you know, it was a huge leap away from character.
Yeah, it's like, it's weird. This might sound weird, but shit like Power Rangers and like King Kong and Godzilla led me looking into shit like Frankenstein or the Wolfman or the Blob or the Invisible Man, the Thing. I don't know. That sparked my love for monsters.
I think, Trenchy, when it came to Power Rangers and stuff, certain monster designs and certain creature designs, be they from the original Sentai show or from the Western creators, these guys are obviously fans and maybe took looks from like I remember one episode of Power Rangers. They had like it wasn't great, but it was basically a bargain bin xenomorph. And it's like, yeah. Obviously, these guys had a love for cinema. They fought blob monsters, obviously influenced by the blob. Like there is, like as cheesy as they are, there is obviously an influence and a love for other source materials, and that's great because it's a great gateway for younger kids into movies like that.
In fact, in Zoo Rangers, and it was used in Power Rangers as well. Bandora has a monster called Dora Frankie, which is a Frankenstein monster, and he sort of has his bolts come out, and they're like nunchucks and chain weapons. It's cool.
That would be a cool Frank.
And I can never forget that monster's name because of the way the actress who plays Bandora says it. She's like, "I Dora Frankie." The way she says it every time. That is a Dora Frankie. So it's pretty cool. So they have that reference, and I know the monster you're talking about, where it's sort of the bargain alien xenomorph.
Yeah. They obviously have a love for monster movies, and they try and replicate or homage them in those shows.
I think a lot of it, as far as where American audiences, the younger audience, that they get exposed to shows like Power Rangers, where it's a remake and a repurpose of Super Sentai, they get that love and interest for more traditional monster movies, more American monster movies, because of those subtle references. You know?
Yeah.
It's circular. It all one thing helps the other, and it just goes around in this wonderful circle of entertainment.
Yeah,
it's poetry. It rhymes.
That I feel like stuff like Power Rangers also leads into the superhero genre. You know, I feel like a lot of people could got into superheroes for Power Rangers as well because it's people in bright colors fighting monsters and shit. You know, it all leads into each other for sure.
Absolutely. Super Sentai, which was the basis for all the Power Ranger iterations. I don't know how many times we said that, but I got to keep saying it. That is their superheroes. That is in Japan. Like, obviously, they have Batman, they have Superman, Spider-Man in Japan. In fact, there's actually a Japanese version of Spider-Man, which is pretty damn cool. Which might be included in this conversation, actually, because he has a giant robot and does fight monsters occasionally. As well as operates machine guns.
Oh, is it Spider? Is it? Are you talking about the Spider-Man iteration? And there's a Japanese man with no name whose guitar is a machine gun also.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I shit you not. It doesn't testify for me.
That's actually pretty cool, man.
That sounds amazing.
Like, I think that's one of the things I love about this genre of television and movies is just how big they go with the ideas. Like, they could go simple. Like, if they wanted to, Super Sentai, they could have kept it simple. Okay, it's 5 teenagers or 5 guys. They get suits and superpowers and little weapons, and they fight monsters that are like 6 feet tall or whatever, and that's what they do. But no, they always take it that one step higher. Oh no, that monster, he's like 80 feet tall, and it's okay because the Rangers have a robot that's 80 feet tall, and then it combines with another 80-foot tall robot, and then they've got the laser cannons, and it's just like huge.
And another thing, and person that has been, if you're a fan of video games, a person who's been majorly influenced by Super Sentai. Hideo Kojima, creator of the Metal Gear Solid games, the design of some of the mechs, the outlandish characters. Like you've a guy who can control bees. You have another guy who he has psychic energy. You have a chick who uses luck to deflect bullets. It's like, oh my, like it's so obvious Super Sentai was a big influence on his stuff. Like from down to the costumes, from down to like one guy is a gunfighter and he can use any type of gun so long as he's facing east. Like Revolver Ocelot, he's only a good shot if he's facing east. It's like what the it's cool that like if people are like, oh, Super Sentai is stupid. Well, if Super Sentai is so stupid, then you wouldn't have Metal Gear Solid. You wouldn't have a lot of kind of video games. Hell, fuck, you probably wouldn't even have the Final Fantasy games. A lot of the Final Fantasy elements of Final Fantasy, like the enemies and stuff, and the way you fight enemies is very reminiscent of Super Sentai as well.
Well, people can't really talk and call this stupid because people spend millions of dollars to watch like a raccoon with a machine gun and this flying guy with a hammer fight a big purple guy. Like you can't really call shit stupid.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. We've Kaiju, a big fan of the roller skating vampire from Metal Gear Solid 2. Again, just like these outlandish characters are so fucking Super Sentai. It's like you can't say, oh, this is stupid, and then turn around and say, oh, I love Metal Gear Solid. That's where these elements, Kojima took elements from that, the big mechs or the outlandish characters.
I feel like a lot of the people who dismiss these things as stupid or whatever haven't really given it a chance, or they're getting it confused with the American counterparts. Not to say that Super Sentai doesn't have its stupid moments, but if you ever watch it, the stupid moments are actually intentional, and they're there for comic relief.
Right.
Because it's more designed for younger viewers, like teenagers and preteens and stuff like that. So while they get serious, people get off, and it can get pretty bad. Like there's blood and guts sometimes. There's one episode of Mega Rangers where the Red Ranger straight up punches a 10-year-old in the face and puts him in a coma.
What?
Yeah.
Jesus.
He feels bad about it. He didn't mean to do it, but they
Take that!
You have sold the show. You have sold the show.
But and like I was saying earlier, with the fountain of blood and the strangling sink knobs and stuff like that, it's like some of this stuff wouldn't be out of place in the sequence from Nightmare on Elm Street.
Very, very dark kind of imagery and surrealist kind of horror.
Like, why hasn't this show won an Academy Award? It sounds amazing.
But I talked a lot. I talked about. Oh, sorry, John. Sorry, John.
That's all good. You're good.
What were you gonna say, man? I got a delay.
Nothing really. I'm just listening to you guys because it's like for the Super Sentai and the Power Ranger stuff, like that's I can't really relate so much, but I know of it. I mean, I definitely know of it. Not something I really watch though.
Well, it's pretty easy to get online now, because now you can get it for free on certain websites and stuff legally. And I'm not going to mention it because a bunch of times, but you can, and it's cool. So that being said, I've got 2 more Super Sentai shows I'm going to highlight, and then I'm going to get into the Godzilla Kaiju stuff. It's just the Tokusatsu stuff is such a lengthy topic because I'm basically boiling down 50, 60 years of Japanese television. So it's a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Like their average season for these shows is like 48 episodes to 50 episodes, and it's a show that's been going on since 1975 and is still going on today.
Yep.
So, yeah, quite a lengthy topic. So the 4 shows I chose to talk about, Jetman, Zoo Rangers. I've done those 2 already. Those are the 2 more serious ones. I'm going to sort of talk about the 2 more sillier ones now. Silliest of the 2 would have to be Car Rangers, which general plot, like if you've seen Power Rangers Turbo, that's where they sourced all the Ranger footage and monster fights from. It's from this series, but I recommend this over that by and far because it's a lot more complex than the Power Rangers version, and it's funnier. It's just funnier. It's like a straight up comedy, whereas the other 2 are more drama.
Right.
The general theme of this one is there's an alien from a planet named Hazard, right? And there's a gang of ruthless bikers that destroy his planet, and he escapes to Earth to warn Earth and get Earth some protection because they're heading that way. And which sounds kind of grim, except that the bikers are complete morons and screw-ups. And the alien's really silly and goofy. And everything in the show revolves around automobiles and traffic type things. And it's basically like if someone took like a driver's ed class and took all the nouns from like the driver's ed book and just stirred them into a script and replaced stuff with traffic terminology. And that's basically what Power Rangers is.
Wow. Right.
I wonder, was it a thing of to try and get kids to like be more attentive and safer drivers?
I think that somewhere along the way they had some sort of message. Like I remember at the end of each episode they have like not really a PSA, but they'd have 2 characters from that episode. Usually 2 of the main characters would come on and they'd say something that was vaguely traffic safety oriented, like don't run out into the street from behind parked cars or something of that vein. But I think for the most part it was just be as silly as possible with this concept. Like I got Trenchy in the back room. I'm just gonna pop him in here real quick. There he is. Hey Trench.
Hey.
So basically, this is what happens. This alien named Daco comes to Earth, and he's an alien and has magical powers, and they call it car magic, which is just absolutely ridiculous, right? And it's like
They call it karma or something like that.
Yeah,
He's got karma.
And he happens to find five employees of this auto mechanics garage, and he gives them powers that are from a car constellation, because apparently there are 5 legendary car constellations, and he invites exactly. So like you,
Isolation.
yeah,
Mm,
you add them with these powers, and then they, of course, they change into the motorcycle helmet and spandex getup we're all familiar with, except it's sort of a dinosaur motif. You know, like the helmets have little car lights on them, and you know, instead of having dinosaurs be the thing, they're all racers. And each episode, the bikers called the Bozaks will send down a member of their gang, which is usually some sort of themed monster, to fight them and try to conquer the earth. But because they're idiots, they're completely inept. Half the time, it's just like, it's ridiculous. Like, there's one episode where they send down one of their gang, one of these monsters, and his whole point of going down there is to bring them back takeout.
That's the whole thing. That's no insidious plan, no world domination. Just get something from the fucking takeaway and just bring it back to the lads.
Yeah, and
How does conflict arise from that?
Yeah, and it ends up becoming this big thing. And I mean, usually there is some sort of plan to take over the world, but it's always like really stupid.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a really fun show. It's very lighthearted. It's very silly. I don't know what more to say about it because it's so ridiculous. I wrote down some stuff, but it's all basically what I've talked about.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so that's basically Car Rangers. It's silly, ridiculous. They have their version of the disposable henchmen. You know, they have their version of the putties. They got the Wumpas, which are just silly guys. The Wumpas.
It sounds like something a bad Italian star. Hey, Wumpa, get out of here! Get out of here! It's a bunch of Italians in bad cheap suits.
They're all in really colorful spandex, and they get their ass handed to them. That's their whole point of being in the thing.
Chumba
But
Wumba.
I'd have to
Back down. Back up again. You're never gonna keep me down.
Chumba Wumba. Sorry, Ethel.
Jumbo Wumpas.
Beats Oompa Loompas.
I don't know. We want to see the Umpa Wumbas fight the Oompa Loompas, though, and see what happens.
That should happen. That needs to be a movie.
That needs to be a fight.
The Wumpas just fucking punching lads in the groin, using the height advantage.
The Oompa Loompas versus the Chumbawambas.
Oompa, Oompa, dippity-doo, I'll punch you in the dick, true.
You can throw the munchkins in for good measure.
You think that the Oompa Loompas would have the upper hand over the Chumbawambas, but the problem is the Chumbawambas, they get knocked down, but they get right back up again.
You're never going to keep them down. You're never going to keep them down.
They're just pissing them out.
I seen one at a bar. Ethel, I seen one at a bar drink a whiskey drink a cider drink, vodka drink.
Oh, fuck.
And it was singing songs. Okay, I'm going to stop now.
This is evolving an episode of Remember the 90s very quickly.
Jesus. That's fucking funny.
So I'd have to say the highlights of Car Rangers would have to be when they have a police alien who's sort of like this RoboCop style character, but obviously completely ridiculous, called Signal Man. And there's some conflict later on because he's worried about his wife and kids who look exactly like him, you know, like a robot with a signal light, this whole get up. It's I don't know. It's hard to describe without photos, and I wish I had photos to put in here, but unfortunately I'm doing this via tablet, and if I do that, I'm liable to kick myself out of the stream.
No.
But yeah, so that's one I'd recommend for like comic relief because it's incredibly silly and some of the jokes are a little bit adult. Like there's this scene where they've got a one of the main villains is this chick named Zonetta, and she wears sort of scantily clad stuff. And there's a scene where she's drinking wine, and one of the other main villains, who's this big monster creature named Gaimo, is like checking her ass out and like licking his tongue and stuff. It's a little bit adult for a show. Like the camera zooms right in on it too. Like
it's Japan though. Like, are you really not surprised?
No, I guess not. It's just you expect that in anime. You don't expect that in a live action. So that's what I recommend on the more silly end of things. So go kick through Car Rangers. That's the one for silliness. The other less serious one I probably would recommend would be Mega Rangers, which Americans will recognize that from Power Rangers in Space, because I guess that's where they sourced a lot of the material for that from. And that basically revolves around 5 high school students who are members of a extracurricular club, where they're all into like computers and technology and stuff. And this plot's going to sound very familiar if you've seen Last Starfighter. The one who ends up becoming the Red Ranger always hangs out at this video game hall, and he's very good at this video game called Mega Rangers. And as it turns out, the video game is actually a secret recruiting device from this agency called INET. And they picked their candidates for their big big task force through this video game, and he ends up being really nice. So they invite him for a tour of their laboratory / base in the guise to recruit this kid to be one of their warriors, right? So he brings his 4 friends from the club. They get over there. They're taking a tour. Then all of a sudden, the base gets attacked, and they all end up becoming Mega Rangers. And that shows while it's not quite as silly as Power Rangers, it does have its very silly moments and very heavy on the comedic relief. Yeah, Ben Good right there. Last Starfighter style. They totally use the video game to include him. Oh, we got a guest in the back room. Oh, no, we don't. They're gone. That's okay. No, I don't know who it was. I didn't even get to check, but that's all right. Yeah, so Last Starfighter style exactly is what they did. And I could tell that that's what they were going for, because this was 1990 something when they came out with this. I have in my notes. I think it was 1997.
Who were the villains in that one?
The villains in that one is Dr. Hinalar, Shadolina, Bibidibby, Young Dodge. Hey,
Sponge.
Oh, Sponge! Yo, what's up, man? And the premise is the villains in this one, another dimension just like in just like in Jetman, they're from another dimension. Only this dimension is the twisted dimension. So everything is like twisted and warped and evil that comes out of there.
Mm-hmm.
And the main bad guy that leads them, their boss, Dr. Himmler, is actually a scientist who works with the head scientist from INET, Dr. Kubota, who is not a tractor. I was deceived too. I thought they were going to have this big orange tractor in a lab coat. Not the case. Just a regular Japanese guy, kind of puffy, bald. But that be as it may. And he ends up becoming one of these twisted dimension beings because of the science experiment that he did at INET under protest of Dr. Kubota, where he got sucked into another dimension and ended up killing his daughter and everything. And he ends up coming back to Earth trying to take it over. And every week they have some weird monster they send down there to cause a muck, and then the monster becomes giant, and then the Mega Rangers have their giant robots, and you've seen the basic premise of these shows.
Nice.
Let me just catch up with the chat for a second. We got Ben Grimm. Superhuman Cyber Squad had a young Matthew Lawrence, and it was like he was a hacker who had a virtual robot who fought virus monsters in cyberspace or the internet. You guys seen that?
No.
No.
I don't think so.
I've not seen that one either, but it sounds kind of familiar. I just don't think I've seen it.
Be right back.
Oh. Oh, nice.
Very cool. Very cool.
And then we got Ben Grimm over here saying, so basically a giant robot fighting giant monsters on a stage that is supposed to look like what movies think the internet looks like. That still sounds familiar, but I still don't think I've seen it. But that seems to be the general theme with this whole genre is there's always going to be a monster that starts out small and becomes big, or is just big in general. It's always a giant monster theme, and I don't know if that's like sort of leftover from the whole Godzilla success, and it's like it's got to be a giant monster for it to be scary or interesting. Or if it's just something that Japanese people are obsessed with from a very young age for whatever environmental reasons. But I mean, I guess we have our tropes here, but the giant monster trope is very popular over there, to say the least.
I think Subaraya had seen the original King Kong, and he was like, I want to do that, but he realized he didn't have the technical skills or prowess for stop motion. But the kind of the idea that like the suit work was something that was kind of going back to the Japanese kind of theater where people would dress up and wear kabuki masks and things like that. That was a big influence. But I think the major driving force for Godzilla would have been basically after the events of the Second World War, the Japanese were censored by the Allies. They weren't allowed to report on the kind of negative effects of the nuclear bomb. And also as a proviso, because they were the losers, the Allied members were allowed, particularly the French, were allowed to test out nuclear bombs in the South Pacific, which affected not only people in the coastal regions, but also the supply of fish. So they weren't allowed to directly report or complain or tell the Western world about this. So the best way they could do it was to make a representation or manifestation of the devastation of nuclear energy in the form of Godzilla. This unstoppable force that you just can't, whatever you throw at it, you can't stop it. And that's the origin of Godzilla. It was basically 10 years. The concept came about 10 years after the dropping on both Hiroshima and Nagasaki. So that was a big influence. And sorry, I came out of left field there with that.
Well, no, it's cool. That might be just exactly why it carries over into the giant monster theme. You know, they forget about the radiation and everything, and it's just like these monsters are giant for other reasons. Like in Mega Rangers, it's a virus that they inject the Imp-like character Bibidibby with, and he actually is sent down to bite the monster to make them giant. So he bites them in the ass or whatever usually, and they become big. He literally bites them in the ass.
Someone just fucking slaps it. Fuck.
Which, if you ever see a picture of this character, it's 100% a puppet, and it's not like a realistic Jim Henson type puppet. It's literally like a suspended from strings puppet with very little movement or articulation. It's like a ball with arms and legs, and it has like a little pitchfork, and it floats around and it bites people. It's very slow.
Sorry, I had thought you'd moved on to Godzilla. That's why I chimed in with that. I thought you'd moved on to the giant monsters aspect.
That's okay, because I'm actually using that as a segue to get to talk about Gamera, which was brought on by a nuclear detonation, just like Godzilla.
Mm-hmm.
Turtle with rockets for legs. I love that guy. Gamera the Brave.
Which Dai Pictures came up with Gamera as an answer to Godzilla, because they saw how successful Toho had become with Godzilla. So they said, you know what? Giant monsters, that's where we're at. What can we get? Let's get a giant fire-eating turtle. Which naturally.
I watched a Gamera movie that was made in the 90s, and the English dubbing was bad, but what made the movie was the soundtrack was all replaced with German techno. Everything when Gamera took off was like.
Was it Gamera Guardian of the Universe?
I think so. He was against these kind of Rodan-looking creatures.
That's Gauss. Gauss. That would be Gauss. Gauss was in that movie, if I remember right.
But every time I heard the music, I just imagined some big beefy guy in a string vest with like fucking glow sticks. German fucking techno hardcore like.
Come on, baby. Anybody do the conga?
If anybody has if you haven't seen Gauss, the brief description, he's sort of like, he's got like a pterodactyl body almost, but he's got this triangle head that's all flat, and he fires not lasers, but sonic cutting beams out of his mouth. It's awesome art. Mark had to go see a picture of Gauss. It was that intriguing. He had to get the
That or he's gone getting his string vest and glow sticks to hit the clubs. Either or, I kind of just. He's like Terry Crews and White Chicks.
So Gamera, not quite as prolific a film series as Godzilla. They didn't. Instead of doing 35 films, Gamera did 12 films. So not quite the A-list megastar. Pulls up in the limo. It's not quite as stretch as Godzilla's limo.
Yeah.
Would you say he's the GoBots? He's the GoBots version of Godzilla.
I would say it's a pretty apt description. He's often described as a ripoff of Godzilla. I wouldn't say he's a direct ripoff of Godzilla, but I don't know. Maybe Yongari's more of a ripoff of Godzilla because he's sort of the same dimensions. But we'll be exploring that on Friday.
Didn't Yongari come first, though?
No, because Gamera was 1965, and I think Yongari is 1970.
I think
yeah,
71,
Godzilla.
It was either 70 or 71, I think.
Yeah, and Godzilla was 1950. Yeah.
The original Godzilla was 54.
54. Yeah.
1954.
Which is what started it all. Godzilla is where it started, and we ended up with everything else thereafter. Which I'm not upset about it. It's great. You got to look at this stuff as its own thing.
Yeah, man, I like it because we get different versions. Like the first movie, the Japanese version of the first movie is actually kind of terrifying. You got like some fucked up shit going on, like the mother telling the daughter, "It's okay, we're gonna be reunited with your dad in heaven soon," and it's like, what the fuck?
The thing is, Trenchy, there's like a scene as well in the war, and that was basically mirroring the community centers and the town halls that had to be converted into basically makeshift triage wards for people affected with radiation burns from the nuclear fallout and from the blast. He was trying to encapsulate again the devastation of. Sorry again, Ethel, I'm going on a tirade. He wanted to encapsulate the devastation of this terrifying entity that can't be stopped, and Japan wouldn't be the same again. It essentially crippled everything, both infrastructure, both communities, just decimated.
I agree. I really like the first one. It's one of my favorites. It's actually a horror movie in a way. It's deep. You got the guy building the hydro bomb. He's like, I don't want to use this bomb.
Essentially, you hit the nail on the head, Trenchy. Like the design of Godzilla, he is meant to look like a burn victim of nuclear radiation. His skin, flesh is fettered. It's burnt and black and fettered. Sorry, Ethel.
I was just gonna say there's one scene in the original Gojira, the 1957 Godzilla, where he turns his head and it's sort of a brief shot, but it actually looks like a mushroom cloud.
Yeah,
Mhm.
because he has a flatter snout, and the way he had ears and stuff back in that original version.
That's a stark contrast to Gamera, where it's more like a love story about a boy and his turtle.
Boy and his turtle.
Oh, Ethel,
Blah.
Oh, thank you, Interweb Kaiju. I hope to see you around again for more of these streams and watch-alongs and stuff. If you're still there, tune in on Friday because we're going to be watching Yongari Monster Deep. That's a South Korean monster film. Their take on the whole Godzilla concept should be fun.
Mm-hmm.
The Germans say it's stomping on tanks, right, Marty?
Oh, fuck yes. Oh, the German trailer. If you get a chance, check it out. It's an absolute treat. And they really want you to think this is Godzilla. They really fucking want you to think it's Godzilla. Fun fact, Ethel. North Korea, they invited over two former creators of Godzilla, North Korea. They invited them over back, I think, in the 70s, just for a tour. And when they got over there, they were like, "Oh, you're going to be making us a Godzilla movie." And they're like, "Wait, what? You're going to be making us a Godzilla movie? If you ever want to go home again, you're making us a Godzilla movie." And they're like, "Oh, fuck." And they were kidnapping visual effects actors and performers, stunt performers and stuff from the South. It's like, it was fucking crazy. I just said I'd drop that in there. North Korea wanted some of that Godzilla action, and they went about it by kidnapping people. So, and I did
They wanted that Toho movie magic to happen within their borders, and it still can happen. Sorry, Jong-un family. You may be gods with magic powers, but you can't recreate that magic, Pally.
Apparently the Kaiju was a good guy. He was a big red monster that destroyed capitalist nations.
So he's a Democrat.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
But, anyway, back to the colorful world of Kaiju and Gamera. Fun thing about Gamera, he had a cameo in the original Dragon Ball series. I don't know if you guys have seen that episode or not, but Master Roshi actually summons a smaller version of Gamera to ride because he can't ride the flying Nimbus and he can't find his flying carpet. So he actually summons miniature Gamera to ride.
Oh.
Yes, I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, Frenchy remembers. He gets really dizzy because it's the version of Gamera that retracts his arms, legs, and head and spins around like a flying saucer.
My God, it'd be opposite. Can you imagine riding on the back of that?
Dear God. I don't know how Kenny does it.
Kenny?
He probably doesn't eat any solid food. Probably doesn't eat any food when he thinks he has to go fucking traveling.
In the American dub for a lot of the Gamera films, usually the child protagonist is named Kenny. I don't know why, but they just seem Kenny. Huh?
Does he die in every movie?
No, he doesn't. He doesn't.
So wait, so Gamera never says, "Those bastards, they killed Kenny." That shit was hilarious.
Oh my God, they nuked Kenny! You bastards! No, that does not happen. But I will say that out of all the monsters, Gamera's got some interesting rogues gallery. He's got Barugan, not to be confused with Baragon from the Godzilla series. They have a very similar name. We all know what Dai was trying to do here. But the difference being Barugan can fire rainbows from his back. And he freezes things with his tongue.
Huh.
He eats Skittles. He attacks Skittle factories. That's how he gets his power. Taste the rainbow.
We've mentioned Gauss, of course, with the pterodactyl shooting the ultrasonic beams out of his mouth. They also have Gurion, which is a sort of lizard creature that has a head that is literally a giant knife, and he can fire out of his temple.
That was cool. He obviously he was a big influence on one of the kaijus from Pacific Rim. Literally, it was called Swordhead. I think it was. Right, Trenchy? We watched it with James there not too long ago.
Oh yeah, I don't remember the names of the monsters, but there was a spiky monster in it for sure.
No, but this guy had a sword for a head. Do you remember the fucker?
Yeah. Because he was the one they fought with the boat, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he actually fights not the Pacific Rim creature, but Gurion actually fights Gauss and defeats him, and then proceeds to chop him up with his knife face and eat him. But he doesn't like the way he smells, and sort of goes like this and doesn't eat it. So that's kind of fun.
What a prick! What a prick! It's like you went to that trouble and you're just gonna waste it now.
That's actually the same Gamera film where you see Gamera do his high and low bar routine, where he actually grabs a pole, a bar, and he spins around.
Oh yeah,
like
he does the swing and the flip. Yeah.
He's Olympic medalist, Gamera.
Gamera!
Wait, so Gamera pole dances?
No, dude, you know where you're doing pull-ups, but you fucking swing around the bar. You ever go to the circus?
Yeah, I've gone to the circus.
Yeah, I like that. Where like the chick or the dude is like fucking doing the kind of weird, or the Olympics, like the Russians
The uneven
doing
bars.
that shit. Yeah,
That's what it is. The uneven bars in the Olympics. Yeah, and there's Gamera also fights another interesting monster. He fights Zigra, which is a monster that can turn into a spaceship, which sounds kind of familiar. It kind of reminds me of Orga from the Godzilla series, who is a spaceship that turns into a monster.
yeah. Is that Godzilla 1999?
It's Godzilla 2000.
Godzilla 2000. Yeah, it's Godzilla 2000 over there, and for some fucking reason, it's Godzilla 1999 over here. I have it somewhere to hand. It's weird.
Him and Prince, man, they partied too hard over in the UK, and the title stuck.
Uh-oh.
So all you guys in
Godzilla
Europe,
with the purple rain.
boy, that'd be quite the tie-in, huh? You get Gamera and Prince up there dancing on the float.
Well, Zilla danced with fucking Puff Daddy, so I wouldn't rule it out.
It's true. That's true. Strange things happen with these kaiju films. There's that time Godzilla played basketball with, I think, who was that? Charles Barkley?
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Yeah, you didn't know that, Trench? You never seen that?
No.
Check it out. It's fun.
Believe it or not, Godzilla can ball.
What the? Oh yeah. I remember that.
He's got some fly moves.
Yep.
That almost fell down the memory hole, right, John?
Yep. I remember that. That's fucking nuts.
They didn't play that commercial nearly enough, in my opinion. I could have watched that a bunch of times a week if they play it more.
Oh yeah.
I don't know enough about any of this stuff.
There's a Japanese commercial. Where they got, oh, sorry, Art. What?
Oh, nothing.
Oh, damn. Didn't mean to cut you off, dude, though.
I love Japanese commercials. Like RoboCop coming out of the TV making kids chicken.
Well, they had him dressed up as Colonel Sanders in our commercials over here.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Strange.
that makes me want KFC bad, so it works. It's a good advertising strategy.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's right now I'm uploading it. I had to pause so I could do this stream, but I'm uploading Lady Frank tonight, so it should be up within the next, barring any unfortunate copyright incidents, it should be up within the next 6 or 7 hours.
Oh, nice.
And I think I included a trailer, not trailer, but a commercial, a theater commercial for Godzilla. It has a huge yearn for some Dr. Pepper.
Oh!
Which one,
That
Free?
reminds me. And we'll get to that. Sorry, I'm excited for that one.
For what? For the Godzilla commercial or for Little Frank?
No, for the Godzilla movie that was made in the 80s with Raymond Burr, and every second human character is drinking a bottle or a can of Dr. Pepper in the back of a military installation. Yeah, Godzilla, that's the one. In the back of a serious military installation, there's about 5 fucking Dr. Pepper machines. And you're like, what the fuck? Oh, and the character in the original movie was called Steve Martin, but now he's just named Mr. Martin because Steve Martin was big at the time.
That's actually out of the more modern version. I mean, I guess they're not modern anymore, but out of the non-Showa era, that's actually my favorite non-Showa Godzilla movie. Is Godzilla 1985.
Is that the one where he comes back possessed by the souls of people that died at the hands of the Japanese army?
Fuck. That one I never seen.
There's a really fucking dark one. He comes back and like he's no color and his eyeballs are literally glazed white. He's possessed by the fucking souls of people murdered by the Japanese army. And
I think you're thinking of Mecha versus Mecha Godzilla 2.
okay, sorry, I'm messing up your system. Sorry.
Not to be confused with Terror of Mechagodzilla, which was actually the second Mechagodzilla movie to be featured in the Godzilla series. I know that sounds weird, but Terror comes before Mechagodzilla 2. So. Continuity is funny.
It is like they'll dump continuity and then they'll pick it up like 15, 20 years later. It's like, oh yeah, remember when this happened? That was fucking 2 decades ago. Yeah, well, we're doing a sequel to that now. What?
And then it ends up not even being related to that film. It's very weird. So I'm going to say, getting back to Gamera real quick, just to wrap it up. Giant turtle, friend to children, eats fire, breathes fire, can breathe in a vacuum, can fly, and has not only appeared on The Simpsons, but has also appeared in South Park.
Oh, shit.
And Dragon Ball.
At one stage, did the fucker have missile launchers as well as having rocket limbs? Do you have fucking tripod missile launchers come out of him as well? Or am I hallucinating?
I believe his shell opened up and he could shoot like a concentrated beam of fire out of his chest.
Okay, because I was sure there was one iteration I came back that he had 2 kind of missile batteries literally on his shoulders or something like that. I don't know. Maybe I could have been drunk or fucking. I could have been doing a diorama and mixed glue with paint, and that's all she wrote. Like, you know, that's.
But yeah, no, I That would have been the one of the newer Gamera ones, which I am actually not as well versed on the newer Gamera versus the Showa era. But that's okay. That's okay. You know, I mean, you got 80 million friggin' movies to watch, so you can't very well remember all of them. At least that's what I try to tell myself.
Hey, you're doing a fantastic fucking job as it is, an encyclopedia. You should do a crossover with a channel called Up From The Depths. They do all kaiju stuff. You should check them out and maybe try and collaborate with them, because they'd be impressed with your knowledge.
Oh, I didn't even see this. Ben Grimm said this earlier when we were talking about Godzilla and playing basketball, and he did. He did. He did dunk on Barkley.
Yep.
Big old dunk.
But we'll get back to Godzilla. I'm dodging around the subject of Godzilla because I'm still saving towards the end, which we're coming up on fairly quickly because we're already at the 3-hour mark, and I can only go for a little bit longer. So I'm going to touch on Mothra, which is a personal favorite of mine. Besides Godzilla, would be Mothra. You guys seen the original Mothra movie?
Yeah.
No. I've only seen Godzilla versus Mothra, but I really enjoyed that one.
They essentially some bad guys want to take Godzilla's egg or Mothra's egg from is it Ethel, was it Infant Island that was in the original?
It is. It's Infant Island in the original, and then it was Faroe Island in King Kong versus Godzilla, and one of the other Mothras. But it's originally it was Infant Island, and of course you've got Mothra as an egg. They capture this egg, they bring it over, and that's that. Wait a minute, no. Now I'm getting my movies confused. The egg is in Mothra versus Godzilla. Mothra, they kidnap the fairies, and Mothra hatches from the egg to rescue the fairies.
Yeah.
Which is played by the Peanuts. Which, for those of you that... Oh, sorry, keep going.
Like, I always thought it was silly, but I always liked it as well, that, like, it was always two twins in a conch shell. And they do a nice reference to the new movies as well, with the twins.
Yeah, the reason... Oh, sorry.
Oh, no, my bad. Ethel, you go ahead.
You sure?
Yeah. No, I was just going to ask a question, but you go ahead, and I'll ask later after you say what you got to say.
Right now, I don't want you to lose it. I don't want you to lose the question.
I was just gonna ask, the movie I see Mothra in, she's more like a motherly figure and more of a good creature. Has she ever been displayed as a villain?
No, that's the cool thing.
She's always pure motives. The closest she gets to being a villain is in that first movie, but she's not the villain in that movie because she just wants to rescue the two twin fairies.
Oh, that's
no. She wrecks shit, but she doesn't do it maliciously. And I don't, Ethel, if I'm not mistaken, I don't think there's any human casualties as a result of her fucking going apeshit either. She kind of tries to avoid. She knocks over stuff. And she breaks stuff, but she kind of senses.
Well, she. Oh, hold on, just a second, Sadie. If we're not live by the time you come back, still follow the link into the back room because I'm gonna do like I did last time and keep the back room open for Hangout. The only reason I have to cut it short is because I've got to save this time for Yongari on Friday. But Anyway, I don't think there's like in the film they don't mention any casualties, Marty, but I don't see how there couldn't be. Because he is going through the city and crushing things, and then later when she hatches from the caterpillar form into the moth form, you see her wings knocking over cars, trucks, tanks, blowing the roof off of buildings. I mean, that's a hurricane running right through your town. Somebody's gonna buy it.
Okay.
But you're right though. It's not malicious because she goes straight to where the twin fairies are being held. And the reason they're identical twins is because for some reason or another, in Japan, identical twins are extremely rare. And folklore has it that they have magical abilities, or they're an extremely good omen when you have identical twins in Japan.
Okay.
So that's why the fairies are identical twins.
Nice.
Magic.
And it's a fun fact about the peanuts. They didn't have magical abilities, but they were identical twins, and they often would speak in unison without having to be told to do that, because they just naturally would speak in unison sometimes, which worked out great for the script and for the movie.
I remember when they're trying to talk. What was it? When they turn up with Mothra to talk to convince Godzilla and Ankylos. What's the Ankylosaur called again? Ethel.
Actually, yeah, Anguirus.
Anguirus. When they're like, oh Godzilla, such language, and it's just like.
You're getting. I think you might be getting two films confused. Because that does happen, but it's you're thinking of Ghidra, the three-headed monster.
Oh,
where
okay,
you've
okay.
got-
I thought it was Destroy All Monsters. No, fuck it. I don't know. Fuck.
They do team in Destroy All Monsters. Mothra, Anguirus, and Godzilla, as well as a few other monsters, do team up to take on King Ghidorah, or Ghidra, as we used to call him. But you're thinking of is Ghidra, the three-headed monster, where Godzilla fights Rodan while he should be fighting King Ghidra, and Mothra comes in there to sort of to get a truce between them, and Mothra asking them to help, and Godzilla, is like, well, why should we help humans? They hate us. And Rodan agrees with him or whatever, and Godzilla says something else, and the peanuts are like, oh my, what language, Godzilla?
Yeah, I love that. It's like I just always think Godzilla's like they're a bunch of arseholes. The reaction makes me think that he said something fairly fucking rough, like.
It's a fun fact about that film. There's like two or three different versions of that film. There's an extremely short version that was made for the annual Tokyo Shorts Festival, where they'd show cartoons and monster movies for children, and everything would be cut down really short, so it'd be like under an hour. So there's an extremely short version of that. Then there's the original Japanese version, and then there's the American version, which you've seen, which has the American dub on it. We got some in the back room. I'm just gonna let them in. And actually, Japanese audiences prefer the American version, believe it or not.
Really?
Nice.
Because of how it's cut together. Oh, we got Fun Sponge.
Hey.
Oh, let me unmute my mic. Yes.
Welcome, Sponge. We're just getting around to talking Godzilla. Well, Godzilla / Mothra.
Gotcha.
You
Just
missed.
hanging out.
Oh, sorry.
What were you gonna say?
I was just gonna say, you missed some of the earlier stuff. I can recap it really quick, if you like. We talked about Kamen Rider, Ultraman, Super Sentai.
I've heard of them. I've not seen them, but I've heard of them. Does that count? Kinda.
It's pretty good. I highly recommend checking out any of that. I did my top 4 Super Sentai seasons or series. I don't know what you want to call them. I think they prefer to call them series. If only there was some sort of app or website that you could see these for free on. I don't know if I've mentioned it before. But
There's some kind of factory you can shout about, right? There's a factory you gotta like. Apparently, a lot of people shout in there. Some people call it a shout factory. I don't know if it's that. What's so funny, Trenchy? You heard about the people in the shout factory?
I don't know, man. I heard here and there of the Shout Factory, but I'm very unfamiliar.
I feel like I should
maybe
visit
Apple will be-
this. I feel like I should visit this shout factory. I feel like I would fit in well.
I
Apple,
feel
do
like
you know of the Shout Factory?
at such a place, not only could you find the first series of Kamen Rider, but you could also find Kamen Rider Kunga, and you would also find about 5 different seasons of Super Sentai, as well as 5 or 6 different versions of Ultraman.
Super Sentai. That was the original Power Rangers, right? That was what everything Power Rangers that we know was pretty much Super Sentai, apart from the American teenagers.
Exactly. All the battle footage, the Ranger stuff, Zord stuff, all
The
came
Zords,
from
everything.
all came
It
from
makes
Super
so much
Sentai.
sense that it was so much better when they were in their suits. Like it just makes more sense when you're a grown up and you find out that they're not real badasses. The one thing I did like though is that David Jason Frank taught taught every single Power Rangers the Power Rangers martial arts. Like it's his own developed style. So Power Rangers is a recognised fighting style.
So you can get trained in like Zordon Black Belt or something.
I mean, like as far as I'm aware, it's just like the Green Power Ranger made it up himself, and that was that, and that's what they use, and he's taught every single Power Ranger since.
Like what was the Pink Ranger called again?
Kimberly.
Yeah, like is Kimberly's special technique blue balls? Because that fucking girl gave so many of those fucking Rangers.
I'm not gonna lie, she was like everybody's first crush at some point. Like for that generation. Even the dads.
In that first or second Power Rangers movie, the one with Ivan Ooze, they even make reference to the fact that Kimberly is quite popular, even among the villains.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, everybody digs Kimberly.
So, I mean, the girl's got it going on, I suppose.
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean,
David Frank, we'll say about him, just because we were backing the topic briefly, is I've heard he's very accessible for fans. And, he's pretty cool. He's done some work with a few different YouTube type personalities.
who was that?
Yeah, but Bat and the Sun Productions do a thing called Superpower Beatdown, and he's turned up in that. He's played the Green Ranger in that, and he's fought like the guy who played. He fought the guy who played Ryu in the kind of cinema Street Fighter movie that came out there a couple of years back.
Who are we talking about? David Jason Frank?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm not even gonna lie. He's one of the nicest people in the fucking world. Like he's too nice. Like it's freaky nice. Like he's just like he was when I met him. Like shit, he was walking to the stage to do like his scheduled interview thing, And like fucking, there was this little kid that was dressed up as a Green Power Ranger, and like literally the dude stopped going to the stage to teach this little kid how to do the Mighty Morphin time right. Like literally, was just like wait a minute, and showed this kid how to do it properly. I was like, what a fucking legend! That and his missus is fucking.
He's a sexy fucker, so he's not going to get fucking sloppy.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie. Like the dude is smooth. He is smooth. He is smooth as fuck.
The sad fact is, though, guys, I'd say he's so approachable and so appreciative of fans and stuff because he's the only one of those guys that seems to have really had like he's the guy who seems to have made the most out of being in the Power Rangers.
Oh yeah. The fact that he's been in like every season. He's literally appeared in every season of Power Rangers in some capacity or other. But yeah, no, like when I met him, like the dude is like legit, like a legend. Like I met him, obviously I had a bright green beard, and I was like, it wasn't for you, buddy. Just calm yourself, sunshine. It just happens to be green. Complete coincidence. But no, his wife's is like his wife/manager type thing. She's fucking awesome. Like she ended up pulling me back for a conversation about my beard. She wanted to know how I got it so green. And I ended up having a whole conversation with her about it. I was like, what the fuck is happening here? Like, what? I just want my picture, thanks.
That's great.
I don't want to stand and have conversations with people I don't know. Who the fuck are you?
It's cool when they're like that, you know. They know where their celebrity came from. They recognize the fans are important. They're not too good to rub elbows, you know.
Sponge doesn't want that. Sponge is like, fuck this, man. I just want the autograph. I don't want to be talking.
I paid my money to get me my shit and then get me the fuck out of here, thanks. I will say the only people I didn't mind actually standing and having a conversation with was the two police officers for Beverly Hills Cop, Rosewood and Taggart. Like genuinely, they called me back to talk about my beard as well. They were like Taggart was just kind of sitting there like,
you
wow.
met George Rivals. Sponge, you met George Rivals.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, I've got a photo somewhere. Like, dude, not gonna lie, the guys are cool as fuck. Like, I fanboyed out. I'm not gonna lie. Who else did I meet? Oh, Uncle Paulie for Rocky. Uncle Paulie was fucking amazing. He's like 1,000,000 years old with had a big black eye. I was like, what the fuck happened to you? You fucking. It wasn't even makeup. He genuinely had a big black eye. It must have fell and hit his face or something.
He pulled Steven Tyler. He hit that bathroom sink.
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 That's
it wasn't a fist. It was a sink. I'll try to. So that was basically what I did. Was I talked about that. I highlighted 4 Super Sentai series. If you want to go and check them out on that specific site or app, I recommend them. They were they're Jetman. They were Car Rangers. They were Zoo Rangers, which was the original Power Rangers, Mighty Morphin Power Rangers footage. And there was Mega Rangers. So those were what I recommended. And we talked about Kamen Rider and we talked about Ultraman. Then we made our way through Gamera, and now we're talking about Mothra. And Sponge, any fond memories of Mothra or familiarities or?
I'll be honest, not really. I just remember that I really liked Mothra because it was a big badass moth looking thing. I've always had a thing for moths. I like moths.
It's so cool.
Like the insects that have got furry jackets, mate. Like you can't go wrong with that shit.
What was the name of the JDF or the what was the organization that used to have to deal with the Kaiju in the Godzilla movies? JDF.
Oh, they had the Japanese self-defense force.
Yeah. Like,
but that's what they have in real life, believe it or not.
But fucking the Japanese have the Super X. They've developed the fucking Super X just in case. But I was just thinking, like with the JDF, Japanese Defense Force, if like Mothra came, like you should just get a giant light bulb. Just have a giant light bulb somewhere and just like.
I mean, I feel like the sun would do that. Mothra would see the sun and think, "Ooh." I mean, I can't even have my fucking computer monitor on without it fucking bouncing off the fucking screen. Like Mothra's just like that.
I'll tell you the cool thing about Mothra, like the cool theme that sort of runs through it is it's sort of like the Phoenix. Every time Mothra dies in one of these movies, she rises again because an egg will hatch and it'll have a caterpillar in it or two caterpillars sometimes, and the whole cycle begins again. And that's like, I don't know, it's this whole theme of the Phoenix rising, and I can't help but feel that's some sort of metaphor for Japan's recovery after the war.
Yeah.
It works out because it's like Godzilla originally represented destruction and like no hope and shit like that. Well, Mothra represents like that beaming light and compromise and peace and hope and all that.
Mm-hmm.
And Mothra didn't do too bad on the film front. She was in 15 films. 4 of them were solo films because you had the original film, and then you had the newer series where you had the Rebirth of Mothra series, which was a trilogy. And it's very, very well done. And that gave us the first male Mothra.
Yeah.
I bet he was a lot smaller.
Yeah, Mothra Leo.
Interesting.
I had always thought every iteration was female. That's I never knew that, Ethel.
Yeah, no, it's in Rebirth of Mothra. I believe it's the second one and the third one. You get Mothra Leo, and that's the Mothra with the green wings, and that's a male Mothra, which I feel like was kind of a mistake because Mothra had this unique distinction of, besides Biollante being the only female kaiju in the Toho realm of monsters.
Well, yeah, I always saw her as like the mother of the monsters, you know.
Or
She
Mother
kept
Nature,
everyone in
representation of Mother Nature.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe they were just going like a more natural feel to it. Obviously, you've got your male and females, you have your species.
It might not be a complete mistake that Mothra was a female character because at the time when they first started making these films, one of the highest grossing audiences in the Japanese film market was women.
Oh.
I mean, it makes sense because like when you look at how the men work and stuff.
Yeah.
It's not uncommon for a little Japanese child to grow up and not see their father for weeks at a time.
I mean, that happened to me here. Like at one stage, my kid thought I moved out because I was working that many hours. I was at work. I was at work before she woke up, and I was like, she was sleeping by the time I came home. So like, she just thought I moved out. No, cheeky little fucker. Little shit.
Daddy! Where's Daddy? He's tired of your shit. He's done with your shit.
Daddy?
I want to point out that that's why there's a familiar trope in these films and in Japanese anime of the older brother that the kid looks up to, and it's sort of the surrogate father figure because more often than not, dad's at work.
It's quite funny with a lot of these films and that as well, like especially like the ones when they're fighting big monsters and stuff. Like when you look at like Japanese history and stuff like that, like there's always these figureheads of like their armies and stuff like that, and like they treat them like they're like gods pretty much. And then like when you like you can literally translate the stories like for however many years ago fucking to like the Godzilla movies and stuff like that. Like it's still like the exact same thing. It's just like instead of having a human, they've got a fucking 25-foot fucking monster. Honestly, dude, like it's the same. Like it's the exact same. There's a new series on Netflix, and it's like looks at Japanese history and stuff, like through the feudal eras. It's really interesting.
Feudal Japan about samurai.
Yeah, man. Like I've been watching that, and honestly, like it's like as you're talking about it, it's like, dude, that's literally what just happened in that shit. Only it was a little dude.
They relate a lot back to their ancient history because
Yeah.
they're big on tradition in Japan.
Yeah.
I think come the 50s after World War II, there was a kind of slowly questioning of like Japanese imperialism. You obviously had the Toho movies, but you also had Kurosawa, who's like he done Seven Samurai, and it was like, you know, it portrayed the heroes of the story weren't these honorable samurai. They were ronin. They were people who had realized the flaws in the system, and that was the representation of people. People had like fought in the war, and they realized, you know what, like it's all good to have honor, but what good is it when like your family's dead, your land is destroyed, and the very soil you're walking on is toxic. And I think Godzilla was, again, and it was an analogy and a criticism of how the Allies treated him, but it was also an analogy of like, look, we were too arrogant and too cocky, and this is what happened to us. And we have to realize that we can't fucking kind of fight or strong arm our way out of those situations. I think. Sorry, Ethel?
It's about hubris.
Yeah.
So I just to wrap up Mothra, because I am running short, and I've got one more thing we still got to tackle Godzilla before I'm running short. Mothra makes a cameo, believe it or not, on the cartoon series Sonic X.
Oh,
Nice.
And
I don't remember that, and I used to watch that a lot.
yeah, it's episode 48. You get a cameo from not only Mothra, but Mogira is actually from the Mysterions. Mogira is actually in that episode too.
Oh, nice.
For legal reasons, I think they had to call him something else. But yeah, Sonic X, episode 48, you get Mothra and Mogira cameos. So that's kind of a fun little thing there. So,
Sweet beams and flying machines.
That sums up Mothra pretty nicely, and I just have the very tail end of Godzilla to that big, thick, luscious tail and those giant thunder thighs.
Mm-hmm.
Insert sexual harassment on Frenchy joke here. Don't worry, man. So I
have no comment.
I said nothing. I made a promise.
Hey, I was nice. I'm going to move past it very quickly. We had 35 films from Godzilla, not including that 1998 Zilla film, which we know was not Godzilla, and Matthew Broderick singing to worms. That woman that sort of looks like Kathy Griffin. You know what I'm talking about.
After Cast of the Simpsons.
So we had that, and I'd like to note, because I was doing some research earlier to find out what can I say about Godzilla that I don't think I've said on a million different streams, and I will say that it's confirmed there will be. I didn't think there was going to be one, but I've heard people talk about it here and there. There is no sequel to Shin Godzilla. That's a standalone film, separate from the rest of the continuity. So there will be no sequel to Shin Godzilla. But more interesting is after this year, after 2021, there's going to be a Toho MonsterVerse, a world of Godzilla,
Okay.
Huh.
Oh, nice.
where
I
Yeah.
was bummed because I was sure. I was sure by the way the Shin Godzilla ended, and I had heard rumblings that they were getting a sequel. But oh man, that bums me out.
Nope. That's okay because what we're getting might be better. They're planning on releasing a series of films. They're going to average. Oh, we lost Trench. That sucks. He'll be back. He'll be back.
Yeah.
Happened. You know, the Kaiju got him. He got bummed out about Shin Godzilla not making a sequel.
Godzilla hit him with that radioactive breath and melted his ass right out the jet.
So basically, the plan from Toho. Let me just let Trenchy back in the room here. The plan from Toho is to release a new movie every 2 years after this year is over. And each movie is going to lead into the next and be part of the same universe and plot line. So we might get a new Godzilla movie, and then 2 years later, we'll get a Mothra movie that'll be connected to that Godzilla movie, and we'll get a Rodan movie that'll be connected to that Mothra movie, and they're all going to meet in the middle somewhere, destroy all monsters, or Final Wars style. Where we're going to get one big movie with everybody in it again.
So they are setting it up for a Destroy All Monsters then.
MCU style fucking Godzilla.
Yeah.
Oh, well, what they're doing with the MonsterVerse in the States, essentially.
Yeah, exactly. They were inspired by the MCU and I guess in a small way the MonsterVerse from Legendary Pictures, but mostly the MCU. So that's kind of cool. And the other thing I was going to mention about Godzilla, about Shin Godzilla specifically, which I think I've mentioned this before, but it still tickles me, and I have to mention it here because we were talking about Kamen Rider earlier. In Shin Godzilla, that blood coagulant they use to stop Godzilla, if you look at the film and you look at the canister in the film, you'll see that it's labeled Smart Brain Chemicals and Pharmaceutical Company, and that's a direct reference to Kamen Rider 555. So, because that was a company in Kamen Rider. So it makes me wonder if we might not someday get a Kamen Rider movie, like a big screen, big budget, like small blowout.
Like the guy is. It's the same creative team behind Shin Godzilla that's doing Shin Ultraman, so we could get a Shin Kamen Rider as well.
Like, I don't know, like that excites me because it wouldn't be giant monsters, which I like giant monsters, don't get me wrong, but it would be something very different for these kinds of films because you'd have, as best to my recollection, Kamen Rider's never been huge. You know, he's never been a 70-foot, 90-foot, 130-foot, or 2,000-foot.
Ethel, I could see them leaning into like more of a body horror thing, like Guyver, very Guyver-esque. I could see him going that way.
Like, could you imagine? Like, you get a live action movie, big budget. They kidnap Hongo off the street, and they drag him into some back alley, and they're mutating him into this monster, and they're implanting him with cybernetics, and they're trying to brainwash him, and he escapes, and it's like all new stuff, and he's on his souped up motorcycle. Oh yeah. That's going to be some crazy shit. And that would be quite the thing. I think, especially given the recent popularity that Kamen Rider has experienced over the last 5 or 6 years, so they sort of brought it back.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think that'd be the way to go. And if they connect that to the Godzilla universe, they like if Godzilla is outside that general continuity, but they could bring that all back. That might be an even more interesting dynamic to have, you know?
Mm-hmm.
You said like Kamen Rider, he's like a mantis that rides a motorcycle, right?
Like a bug
He's a
suit.
grasshopper, basically. He's designed after a grasshopper.
Yep.
But yeah, he could like use Godzilla as a bridge to kind of like ride off and jump off his head to fight the other monsters and shit.
Wait,
Dude,
or could you
Godzilla's like. Sorry, Ethel.
No, go ahead, Marty.
Yeah, try to do that the motorbike on Godzilla. On the current size Godzilla would be the case. It'd be like driving across the state on a motorbike. Yeah, it'd be cool. He could ramp off, but it'd probably take him like 8 hours to get from tail to head.
Well, he's got that souped-up motorcycle. He can go pretty fast, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Because that's no normal motorbike.
Just weaving in and out of Godzilla's dorsal plates. Just like.
I feel like it's. Oh.
No.
Hello?
Oh, right.
I'm waiting for my thing to stop. I accidentally triggered the Amazon assistant. I can't say the name because it'll trigger it again. So I had to wait for that to stop. But I think. Oh, sorry. Not. I was just gonna say. I think it'd be a lot like in Final Wars, where they have the mutant type humans, and they're fighting, and it's like that scene with Ibera where they're blasting him with rifles, and they're jumping, and they're just killing this giant lobster.
Mm-hmm.
They'd have Kamen Rider doing that, you know. I could see him fighting like Gigan or something. Be pretty cool.
They kick ass, all right. I'm just sorry, Ethel. I'm just still bummed out that you've told me we're not getting a Shin Godzilla sequel. Oh man.
I didn't know that was like a huge bomb. I thought because I know that they'd sort of said that it was outside the regular continuity and like it was meant to be its own thing. So I thought it sort of like everyone was expecting it to just end.
Mm-hmm.
Because like the ending, it teases the Zilla Sapiens on the end of the tape. Have you seen it yet?
I've seen it. I haven't.
Yeah, I'm gonna shut my whore mouth, but yeah, if you haven't seen it, check it out. It's probably the closest to the original, because while the original was an analogy for the dreads of nuclear war, this was kind of a comparison to the bureaucracy of the Japanese government and their kind of slow response to the Fukushima disaster and the tsunami that hit them. So that's what this is.
I always thought that the Zilla Sapiens, as they were, I always thought that was just sort of like a nod to what Godzilla comes from, you know, the nuclear origins and stuff, where there's, you know, mutilated people and you've got all the mutilated fish and stuff that were up.
I had originally thought they were just people mashed into his tail that had been fucking just squashed by his tail, and they were just. But no, I rewatched it. I was like, okay, he's evolving to adapt with the humans.
So I always just took it as like those were like in the nuclear ruins. In the remnants of Japan and stuff, I always just assumed that there'd be bodies somewhere or there, here or there, that would get mixed up with what would eventually become Godzilla. Sort of like how in the other movie where he's possessed from the spirits of the dead. I always sort of looked at it that way. Sort of that's the physical.
It's an awesome movie. I'm just bummed out that we're not getting a sequel because I wanted to know how. Like the movie ended, yeah, optimistically to a point, but you still had a kind of fucking Godzilla in stasis in the middle of fucking Japan, and you're like, well, you basically have a nuclear weapon, a ticking nuclear weapon in the center of your city. You're like, what the fuck?
I always figured that was sort of like a metaphor for how we all have that nuclear doomsday clock counting down.
Yeah, it's a minute midnight. Yeah.
But yeah, it's a great film, folks. If you have not seen Shin Godzilla, check it out. If you have seen Shin Godzilla, congratulations, it's fun. There will be no sequel. I'm sorry. Now I feel like I've told small children that there is no Santa Claus. I feel bad now.
You totally ruined it for everybody. I've not even seen it yet, and you've already ruined it for me.
You're the real kaiju here. You're the real monster.
No. But never fear. We're going to get a movie every 2 years, and it's going to be a connected universe of monsters, and it'll be sort of like what they did with Tokyo SOS and Godzilla against Mechagodzilla. There'll be an underlying theme stringing them all together. A story about one or two characters that carries through, and the monsters will lead into the next film.
Right.
And I don't know what more we can add from that.
One thing. Can I add one thing, Ethel? NECA do a fantastic run of these Godzilla figures. One thing that pisses me off though is they only do Godzilla. We're not getting any of the other creatures. Like we'll get a King Kong versus Godzilla. We'll get like a Biollante Godzilla, but we don't get them. I think there's an exclusivity with Bandai. Bandai have the rights only to to make figures of the other monsters, which really sucks. I did see a Biollante figure. It's about the size of a small coffee table, and it's $3,000. And I'm like, I don't know though. It's just
Google it on Wish.
And that's why we're popping the Patreon for Marty's Godzilla collection in the description if you'd like to donate.
Look, I know there's people dying of starvation and cancer and stuff, but I need my Biollante figure.
What we need to do is like a zoom in on your face. You have to have like a one tear coming out of the eye and look real sad and be like, just for $1 a day, you could buy this man figure of his dream.
Picking up garbage. Just a Native American picking up garbage with the fucking the
Don't forget, you need arms of an angel in the background. You always need arms of an angel in the background.
arms of an angel. No,
we'll get here.
I don't like the way Bandai have like the market cornered for the other. Like even Shin Godzilla, his other forms like Shin Katakun Godzilla, like that goes for €300. And he's the same fucking size as this guy, and I'm like, oh man. So
right. But I think this is where I'm going to have to wrap it up because we are closing in on the 4-hour mark. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep the back room open so we can all chill out for a little bit longer. I'm going to use this opportunity here while I'm closing it out to recommend anybody who's watching who doesn't already follow or check out these channels. Follow my good friend Marty, Trash Picture Show. Art. He doesn't check out Art because he's there, man, and he's Art. And Soulless Trenchcoat over here. You check out this dude's videos. He can edit. He does all sorts of cool reviews. We got Clemson over here. He's doing stuff on Twitch, and he's got wrestling stuff coming up, podcasts and shows and whatnot. So check him out. And we got the man of steel over here, John Steel.
Yep.
Silly John.
He's John Steel. I mean, I don't know what more you can say about that. He does his YouTube. You got raps, you got rhymes. You know, if I was more lyrical, I'd make that into a song. But
Go ahead, though.
But follow all these awesome people that are on the show, and follow the ones that are in the chat that aren't on the show. CD over there, everybody else. We got King Need Gore just adds in as we're dipping out. That figures. But if you don't follow him, follow Need Gore. He's in the chat right now, and I just like to thank everybody. Don't forget to join on Friday, as well as some of these other folks that we'll be watching Yongari, Monster of the Deep, on Watch Along.
And I will be returning next Sunday to my regular schedule. And next month is all going to be bar St. Patrick's Day, where I'll be watching Grabbers. It's going to be all centered around comic books next month, starting with the Bruce Timm Batman / Justice League universe. So if anyone's interested in that, check it out.
All right, and yeah, that's basically the premise. And Sponge, you got anything you want to pimp out before I close out?
Not that I can think of. I'm still trying to get stuff sorted with the wrestling stream. Like, we're closing in on stuff. It's just taking a bit longer.
All right,
A little bit
well,
longer.
it happened, dude, and everything will be cool. And I'm going to thank everybody for joining me. And yeah, I'll see you guys next time.
Peace, guys.
Yeah.
Thanks, bro.
Adios, everybody.
You know you make me want to shout, factory! Factory!
Would be great if the streamer didn't when I press.
What's your Kamen Rider?
Sponsor her already, man.
We're trapped.
Wow. We're trapped.